Cast your ballot, hope for the best. This is where your vote rests. Oh, what we gonna do? Democracy, is it just a joke? Oscar Wilde said it best when he wrote simply, bludgeon of the people, by the people, for the people. And divide and conquer, well, that sometimes works. You can always find some sad soul who's been hurt to turn into a radical in the name of the Lord. So let the voters echo, let their voices be heard. Let us join together for a peaceful and better world, a place for everyone to have their say. Let the voters echo out today. Let the voters echo loud and free. So let the voters echo, let their voices be heard. Let us join together for a peaceful and better world, a place for everyone to have their say. Let the voters echo out today. Let the voters echo loud and free. Yeah, let the voters echo loud and free.
Good afternoon. My name is Bahman Yazdanfar and this is Voters Echo, the special edition for the election night. It is Monday, 19th of October 2015, and the song that you just heard was performed a few minutes ago by Karen Lee Wild, who has been very gracious to compose, wrote the song and perform it and ask us to tag along. And I thank him and thank her, and I hope you enjoy that song as well. This tonight episode is slightly different. We have a very casual environment. We have a number of the guests that are in this studio, and number of the guests might arrive later. Therefore, if you see people leave the room and coming back, it is very normal. Treat it as an extension of your living room in this election night. A couple of the disclaimer: I am under payroll of nobody, no individual, no corporation, no political party, no entity, no union. I am doing it on my own. The airtime for the show has been donated by Dr. James Sears, that I appreciate him and I wish him good luck in this election because he's running as an independent candidate in the Beaches, East York. I have, during last 3 or 4 months, I have sent more than multiple invitation to more than 200 candidates in GTA and vicinity in 56 ridings, and some of them were courageous enough to come to my show, and some of them, or many of them, didn't want to do anything to do with this show. Either it was because of the low rating or because it was unscripted and uncensored. Tonight will be different. You are going to experience different sort of media. It's not mainstream media. All of my shows has been and will be always unscripted and uncensored. So people in my show, my guests, always tell their opinion with their own convictions. It is your job, it is your duty to judge it as you see fit. And I hope, first of all, you have voted already, and if you have not, forget about the program. Just drop everything and go to your polling station and cast your vote. Now, without further ado, I am going to ask my guests to introduce themselves. First of all, with our newest guests, Mitch. Thank you very much for coming here and accepting my invitation. Just tell to our audience your full name and a little bit about yourself and why these people should listen to you anyhow.
Well, I'm not sure why people should listen to me. Bahman, thank you very much for inviting me on this show. My name is Mitch Wolf. I'm, how do I describe myself? I'm a political analyst, a commentator. I write for a variety of online newspapers or journals such as Huffington Post. I've written for iPolitics, Canada Free Press, and Rebel Media most recently. Background, originally from Montreal. Actually come from, I just thought, how do I describe myself? I actually come from a long line of liberals. So I'm actually was born and raised as a liberal, but I'm sort of the black sheep. I went away to university in the States.
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all the black, or lone wolf? So I went away to university in the States, and actually I think initially I was like a Kennedy Democrat, and then I decided to go over to the dark side, and I became a conservative. And I.
So you are hardcore conservative?
Yes, I'm a hardcore conservative.
So
it's evolved. That's
okay,
right.
we know at this time, at this junction,
right.
you are
as opposed to softcore conservative. I'm not sure what that is. Hardcore, I know, or like R-rated conservative. Yeah, I'm a conservative. So you know what side I'm on. That's
thank
right.
Thank you for attending, and we are going to have a heavy discussion on that matter, especially right now that many people are trying to voice their sound against of the conservatives.
Thank you.
John Hardy, can you please, first of all, thank you again for that such a short notice you accepted it. Please just, I know people know you from other programs. Nevertheless, just introduce yourself.
Certainly. My name is John Hardy, and thank you for having me here, Bowman. I guess I best could describe myself as a kind of whistleblower, but in a whistleblower in a more generalized sense, in that I talk about a game that exists on every aspect of life, on every arena, the social, the political, I mean particularly the political, but in a way every aspect of life has a political aspect. And within this political, there are two key players. One are the players per se, people who are very good at persuading, impression management, kind of social magicians. Mm-hmm. They're the ones who create the game and control the game. And on the opposite side, I would have those who are the anti-players, but let's say free spirits. And the free spirits are those who inherently reject the game. And so my contention is that all these realities are actually a kind of created by this tension between these two, with of course the players generally coming out on top.
So we are going to, you are going to elaborate on the number of the candidates that we are going to bring through the night.
Yes.
And you said it is everything is politics. One of my guests asked me, what is your definition of the politics? I said, any interaction between human beings is politics.
Exactly. Yeah.
Paul, returning guest, thank you again.
Thank you for having me.
But many people maybe haven't seen the previous shows, so can you
Perhaps
introduce?
I'm Paul Bell. I ran for City Council in 2014 in Toronto. Welcome to all of our guests across the country, and in fact I know that we're going to be speaking to people from Alberta and to Ontarians, of course, as we typically do on your program. I've heard from people as far away as Mexico who are going to be viewing in tonight. I bring to the table the experience of having been a municipal candidate and knowing that although there is not party politics at City Hall, I'm a member of the Provincial Progressive Conservative Party and an executive in a riding association. Very proud of that. But we've seen the media trying to manipulate the results of this election in Canada. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not they've had an impact. But I'm hoping tonight that we can dissect how they tried to do it, how they went about it, and what we can do about it in the future. Because I've always been a strong believer, and again, municipally, an informed, engaged public, there's no substitute for. That's the problem we have at the municipal level. When we had 44 wards in Toronto, 38 councillors were running for re-election, 37 of them were re-elected again. Some of them served for more than 3 decades on City Council, and we wonder why nothing gets done in Toronto, why we have an almost 4-decade infrastructure deficit. I'd like to be able to address that, and I think that we've seen it in the most acute way in this federal election, where, again, the mainstream media has tried to manipulate the results of the election to their end. We can break it down here because we're not mainstream media, we're not on the payroll.
Thank you very much. And we are going to dissect that part, that aspect as well, because we know it is just a power, the game of the, as you call it, game, but the game of the influence, game of perception, and whoever has the upper hand to convey that perception is a winner. Leroy St.Germaine, my buddy, you've been here, but it has been a long time. Last time you were in the Independent Nation show, but I think you have been a stranger for us.
Yes, I've been a stranger, but I'm back.
Okay, can you tell people who you are?
Okay, Leroy St.Germaine. I publish Your Ward News. We're currently publishing 80,000 copies a month that go right directly to mailboxes in Beaches, East York, and Don Mills area, Thorncliffe Park area. We just entered that area, and we're slowly encroaching upon the whole city. Because when I first started, people said this is something we need in
When
every
was that?
ward. Huh?
When did you start the paper?
7 years ago.
7 years ago. So
Yeah.
it's not just for
No,
audience.
no,
So not
this-
to know
we-
that it's
we were the-
created yesterday.
We have so far maintained the reputation of being the first and only newspaper in all of North America to be sued by the taxpayers.
Alongside of the other reputations you got.
quite a
on the way.
We have all kinds of other reputations. We're
Okay.
first and foremost at everything.
Okay.
So
Now-
you're even against the people.
What is that?
So you're even against the people themselves.
Absolutely. If you want to get a look at it,
That's strong.
it'll either piss you off, it'll enhance your attitude, it'll definitely move you, it'll motivate you
That's
one way
great.
or another. www.yourwardnews and get a dose of the truth.
Okay. For those who are thirsty about it.
Or craziness, whatever you want to decide it is.
Now, tonight is election night.
Yes.
We are close to 5:30. So, what time the polls are closing? 8 or 9?
I think around 8.
Eight
Oh, 8
o'clock
o'clock.
some
Right.
places. Again, we don't know what they do. I'm not sure. I don't want to put myself in a
Or
position
9
to
o'clock,
say
I'm not sure.
8 or 9. So before that, still people have 2-3 hours to go and cast their votes. First of all, is everyone has voted?
Yes.
I vote.
Okay, I voted. Okay.
At least once, actually.
Just one. No, they don't send you two cards.
That's right.
Now, you said you are hardcore conservative,
Yes.
or a conservative.
Yes.
The hardcore was a little bit me being facetious.
Yes.
You are toward conservative because I know locally.
I am a fiscal conservative. When it comes to federal matters, I am a social libertarian.
Well,
I am not a social conservative. I am a fiscal conservative.
Well, you don't want to ruin that bridge.
No,
There's no bridge to ruin.
I would
Just
say, no, but I was the same view.
I
No,
simply
so-
don't believe
Oh, yeah.
that the
So
government.
you are not just saying I am far right for everything.
No, fiscal. No, I think I agree with Paul's first.
Yeah,
So
I don't want the government.
So we
in
take
my
that
bedroom.
hardcore out of the
the hardcore
equation.
social part. I mean, I think maybe hardcore
Now-
fiscally. That's
I want, before we start the discussion, I want very quickly, very short answer. What is your prediction? And then through the night we will see how much of that, before we start to do our conversation, I want to know what is your ideas right now? What do you see
okay.
after 9:30 we hear? You?
I'm a contrarian, so I think I go against the flow. So on that basis, to be consistent, I think Harper will win a majority.
Okay, Harper in a majority.
Yes.
Okay, you are being Harper majority, okay?
Yes.
And what happened to the two other parties?
There were other parties? Oh.
Well, I know. Well, I thought we
what
took the
are-
hardcore out.
The other parties. I think.
Put it
Okay.
back
I think the Liberals will come in second, and NDP will come in third.
Okay,
Okay.
it is Mitch.
That's Mitch.
John?
I wouldn't go quite that far.
No, you have to say what is your thought
No,
now.
mine is-
Maybe by the end of the night we change because we will
Yes,
make that all
exactly.
at the end of the
I would say, and again, not strongly, but it would be a liberal minority.
Okay.
Number 2, conservatives. And then number 3, the
NDP.
NDP, but fairly close in between.
In
like
between
fairly evenly
NDP
spread.
and the
All three
Conservative.
actually evenly spread, with just the
Yeah.
liberals slightly above. Yeah.
Paul?
I don't think that the Liberals have formed the government. I do think that Harper will get in. I think it will be a minority.
Okay.
I think that the NDP will be decimated.
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 Oh, okay. And why you say that?
Well, Quebec was where most of the strength of the NDP
Yes.
was in the last
Do
federal
you believe
election.
Jules Duceppe comes back?
Well, I don't think it's about Gilles Duceppe
Yeah.
so much as what got the NDP there in the first place. And There is no more fickle and petulant voter in Canada than the Quebecer. They will vote a protest vote as they did the last time, and they latched on to Jack Layton as that protest vote.
Because of the Bloc Québécois.
Well, no, because Jack's a very charming guy.
No, I know, but the protest vote was for the Bloc Québécois, yeah.
I don't see that happening this time, so I don't see any support.
Oh, because
going
lack
to
of the
NDP.
charismatic attitude from
Well,
Tom Mulcair.
There's a few other things. You know,
Well,
you know.
I mean, let's be honest. They didn't exactly elect all-stars in Quebec. You had
Okay.
candidates who won the election who didn't even know they had won.
Yeah, you're right. You have the point on that, yeah.
So they likely
No,
didn't
if you
perform
cons-
very well as MPs.
NDP decimated, and the Liberals will remain.
The Liberals will be in
I
in
really
opposition.
hate to say this, but I'm going to agree with Paul. I think
You hate it.
I don't like to agree with Paul, but his analogy is, I think,
We have to
right
change
on.
your sitting arrangements.
Yeah, I think his
shouldn't be-
analogy is
you
right on. I
shouldn't-
think you
yeah,
got
okay.
a good clear.
Now,
Even a broken
Vision.
clock.
Huh?
Even a broken clock is right
You got
twice
it.
a day.
well, John mentioned or alluded earlier while we were waiting for the preparation of the show about the game. And we know that we are all adults, we are not teenagers any longer, and we have been around the block once or twice, each one of us, in our own environment. This game that we are right now playing, I'm talking about political game that is played upon us and they play among themselves. How do you see it? What is different between now and, let's say, 2011? Anyone who can
Want to take that,
start?
John?
You can, John, you can start. Yes. I mean, what is the difference between this election and 2011?
I think partly because of the fact, I think also in democracy, it tends to be, in a more mature democracy, it tends to be more voting against than for.
Okay.
So right now what we have is the conservatives of the status quo. So you've got a status quo that's here, people are not very happy, people are a little tired of this. Now, it's not necessarily the conservatives' fault per se, but there is a certain kind of, I would say, a perceived smugness in Harper.
Mhm.
And I think that people, generally speaking, are very unforgiving of smugness. It's the opposite of charisma.
Okay.
So they're looking, when you're smug, they're looking to blame you. And I think Harper has set himself up that way. And I think also we've got a situation where resources, you know, we have a resource-based economy that was helping our currency, etc. Now we're in trouble there. Oil is likely to go down in the future. So a lot of this strength, the low interest rates, etc., are now start to become in question. The status quo as such is a real question mark going forward.
Isn't this the same scenario we had in 2000, let's say 6, when the Liberals were in the power for 13 years?
More, except I think the world's sort of changing. There's a degree, I think there's a general movement everywhere where the right and the left are starting to polarize, and where you tend to find yourself on one side or the other, and never the twain shall meet. And I think that is, to some extent, reflected in this new. Now, of course, one of the problems with the new is that
You don't know.
you don't know, and also it's easy to promise.
Do you agree
Well,
with his analysis?
not really. Well, I think there's something a little more. In 2011, yeah, there was remember, I think Harper was in a minority.
Yes.
And his opponents weren't, one was not very strong. The Liberal opponent was Ignatieff. He was a disaster. And
But Ignatieff came imported from United States.
well, he's Canadian, but he hadn't been there for a long time, and he was not. I mean, he may have been intellectual and very strong academically, but he wasn't a very good politician. He made some serious mistakes, and I think he turned off the electorate both in Quebec and Ontario. And at the same time, Duceppe, who had been around for a long time, had been there too long, so he was turning off the Quebec electorate, and it was a great opportunity for Layton to go into the vacuum. He was sort of leftist and progressive, and that was sort of appealing to the Quebec, I guess, the Quebec base who are looking for another progressive alternative to Duceppe. I'm originally from Montreal, though I've been here in Toronto for many years, so I keep in contact with what's going on in Montreal. So Layton was able to exploit that. Ignatieff just fell apart. He's Ontario based. He really didn't. it didn't work in Quebec for him. It didn't really work in Ontario, and I think Harper was able to benefit from that. Liberals falling apart to a horrible situation, and obviously NDP doing very well in Quebec, and Harper benefiting in Ontario and the rest of the country.
What is the difference between now and then?
Well, okay.
Right now you have, if you want
different well, maybe there's different players, and they're having different impacts.
But the game is the same.
The game is the same.
The game is the same.
No,
Because now they put another name like Trudeau in the face, which has a little bit appealing to the voters. So they don't have the idea of the Ignatieff, but on the same token, NDP does not have that charisma that Jack Layton had at that time. So it's just shifting the
I just say game, players. I mean, environment. I do agree. There will be agreeing on occasion during this. Is that you made a good point that now Harper won a majority. He's now been around for numerous years, and he becomes a status quo. He's no longer. He always liked to be an outsider, a populist, and he's still trying to, in this election because he feels, there's a liberal establishment has been running this country for decades, so he's always sort of fighting that, and they're not happy with him. So there's that. You talk about games. There's a game there going on, and that's I think what Paul is alluding to. Liberal press, mainstream press, always trying to get back into power, supporting the Liberals or maybe the NDP, but getting Harper, who's like not one of them, and Harper's sort of like beating upon them. So we have that tension of the Liberal establishment who's been out in the hinterlands for 10 years, trying to get back in, being supported by the press, and I would cite CBC, CBC, CTV, Global, the Star, helping the Liberals or the NDP get back into power that they've been denied because we have this outsider who was born in Ontario but is really a Westerner, and he's an anti-elitist. He's an anti-liberal downtown type. So that changed from 2011 to now.
You don't consider Harper himself as an elitist?
No, he's not an elitist. No. But anyways, that's my view. Okay,
that is open.
I could go on and on, but I think that's...
Let me,
sure.
Paul, Mitch mentioned about the interference of the mainstream media, which you just earlier pointed on that. Now, why the media, who is getting their subsidies, for instance, CBC gets subsidy about
over $1 billion,
over $1 billion a year from the government? Why CBC wants, or any mainstream media wants to bite the hand that feeds it?
Well, the CBC did the same thing in the 90s under Chrétien when there were budget cuts. They went after the Liberals at that point in time. They also, at the time, they held the rights to broadcast Hockey Night in Canada, and they were threatening to take Hockey Night in Canada away. It was the only program that they were airing that actually generated enough income to justify itself, but that would be the first cut they'd make.
Who made?
The CBC. That was when Chrétien was making cuts in the 90s.
Okay, John I mean, at the time of Liberals.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. So this is just a pattern with our national broadcaster. And in fact, I'll qualify this by watching Mary Walsh using her Marg Delahunty character to do an anti-Harper ad, and who's referred to him as the crime minister. Well, the national...
Oh, you're talking about the recent one.
Yes, of course I am. So I'm going to refer to them as a national fraudcaster in the same spirit of satire.
Why?
Because what they've done during the course of this election has been nothing short of appalling. They're negative Harper, negative Harper, negative Harper. They'll pump up Mulcair at a certain time, and then they'll pump up Trudeau at a certain time if they think it suits their narrative. They had Harper executives. What was that commercial they ran where they had people tied up to chairs and drowning and thrown into water, saying, "Oh, Harper is cutting us. Harper is cutting us."
No, I don't remember.
It's fascinating to me that we, as a Canadian public, will tolerate a national broadcaster, or again, and I mean this in the same spirit of satire as when Mary Walsh refers to the Prime Minister as the crime minister, the national fraudcaster.
Well, let me be a little bit of the, as I said, because the other guest is not here.
Well, you asked me,
let me ask
why they're doing it.
No, I said why do they want to go against of someone who is feeding them?
They're entitled to their entitlements, and they feel I believe that they buy into their own narrative. They create a narrative.
Are they waiting for, let's say if Liberals comes to the government, do they get more?
actually the platform of the Liberals and the NDP is to increase over 100 by, I don't know,
Yeah,
100 million a year.
So there is
Yes.
the money involved.
They've been promised a great
promise
deal.
of
They've
the
been
money.
promised, the two platforms by the NDP and Liberals
I think
is
that's
to
after the fact.
restore, if
Yeah.
they get elected, obviously. Well, the whole
No,
point.
in the sense that that's just natural. In other words, you basically are going to help your friends. So if you're the Conservatives, you're going to help your friends. If you're the Liberals, you're going to help your friends. I don't think that's what motivates them. I think, in my typology, it's because the free spirits, by their very nature, are not motivated by money nearly to the same extent.
And who is the freest spirit here?
The CBC tends to have this kind of contrarian look at the passionate eye. You look at programs which tend to poke people in the eye. Stuff that won't be aired in the States but will be aired here. And the very nature of them is, if you take a look at what Harper represents, he represents elite, absolutely. I mean, if you go to areas like, Rosedale, Lawrence Park, the better areas of the city, those people are overwhelmingly, like when you get into the dinner parties, Harper. Because what they think of Harper is as not, they might not like the guy, but he's going to protect our interest. Business likes him. It basically makes sure our business will do well, and that's how they tend to
I mean, the people who
approach
keep
it.
the economy
Well,
going.
well, you can argue that, but these are also the people
Yes,
outside
I
who
can.
are the players who also rape the economy as well.
Rape?
Yeah, absolutely, the rape, in the sense that, these are the
No,
investment banks and the things who also are
you have to
heavily
look at
taking
it from
advantage of
both
it.
I
sides
just
of
think
the
it's
issue.
important to,
Yeah.
to
So like when
you
we're
choose
defining
a term
business.
like rape,
Yeah, exactly. Let's say if we take a look at investment banks. Until we had that 2008, 2009 crash, everybody would have been arguing that they are the ones who are creating wealth, et cetera, et cetera. In reality, they're creating wealth for a very small
I
percentage
never
of the
argued that
population.
in my lifetime. I would
Well, you
argue
might
No,
not,
it's
that
just
the small
you, it's
businessman, the
just-
person who's
No,
creating wealth
but-
for themselves by starting a small business and employing people and trying to compete with rising hydro rates.
Conservatives are not representative. Generally speaking, they are not identified as being representative of the small businessman. I'm talking about Lawrence Park or areas like that which are not small business areas. I'm talking about people who are almost overwhelmingly finance people. Right? So if we're looking at the finance
So
portion.
Harper is in the pocket of the big banks.
I'm not
according to-
saying that he's in the pocket, but let's say if you take a look at our economy, what is it? Resource and financial. You look at it, those are
Well,
the
our
two strong
economy since the
bases.
fur trade has always been resource-based.
No, right now, it's not fur traders, it's actually...
Positive
you know,
share in resource extraction is how Canada came into
Exactly, but
being.
we're looking at resources and we're looking at financial services as being essentially what's supporting us, not small business, not manufacturing. Correct?
I didn't say manufacturing. Small business is a different matter entirely.
Well, let's
Can we just be? I have to.
Yeah,
disagree. I'm going to be. I'm
It's a
going to
good
be.
thing I'm here, because otherwise there'll be a consensus.
Well, that's a- no, I
There'd be no
appreciate. I
program.
appreciate
you
your.
are not supposed to agree with each other.
No, no.
The whole
Oh,
point
no,
of
no,
it
I-
is-
There's no risk
no,
of that over the
I'm-
course of this evening.
I'm interested in your, I don't know, topology.
Yes.
Because I have a completely different view, which
Okay.
I want to share with you.
Sure.
Because number one, I mean, in terms of these federal elections
Yep.
and even provincial elections, you could say that there's these wealthy people downtown, but they all vote. It seems the Liberals have been Rosedale is Bob Ray is represented for a long time, and the Conservatives haven't been in place since 3 or 4 decades ago. I think the last one was Crombie. So in the wealthy areas, it's represented by the Liberals. In other words, I'm saying the elites. This is my different way of looking at it.
Yeah.
The elites are like at least south of Eglinton, or maybe south of
Lawrence.
Shepherd or Lawrence. The elites are there, and they've been electing predominantly Liberals. Number one, say Bob Ray, who is in the Rosedale area, and in the Forest Hill area, another elite area, if you will, is also another Liberal, Bennett. Bennett, the doctor. So the problem is Carolyn Bennett. The problem is the Conservatives have been cut out of anything except for the suburbs like North York, East Etobicoke, and Scarborough. Everything south of there have been predominantly Liberals or NDP in certain pockets. Olivia Chow, she's fighting again. She was there for a long time. That was also the downtown area. So that goes against. So yes, there are businessmen, elites, but they're not being represented by the Conservatives. They're represented by Liberals. So what I'm getting at is who are the elites? Are not the CBC? Are the CBC are the elites? They're not going against the elites. They're down there. I hope this will be a topic talking throughout. I've got to know people at the CBC and the Globe and Star, great journalists, but they all live down there. They all, it's peer pressure. They all work closely together. They all write the same. They think the same. And this is the mainstream press that we Conservatives are like ballistic about. and rant and rave because they all sound alike and they think alike. Even the National Post is starting to sound like the Globe and Mail, like the Toronto Star. They're interchangeable, and that's represented by, they represent the elites, and CBC's right part of that. And he's a populist. He's a Westerner. So they've all sort of like designed their journalism and their reporting and opinions to, to be anti-Harper, and that's what upsets us rebels, contrarians. So it is a different view of what you're looking at. I know it's a traditional, like, conservatives, businessmen, they're horrible, but in fact, they're not ones to calling the shots. The Liberals are.
But painting Harper as an anti-elitist, I've never
He's a
heard
populist, as a populist, anti-elitist. He's never been a part of Bay Street. Literally, he was born and raised in Leaside. He went over to Calgary. He's never been, in fact, he was at UT, he hated it. He left UT because he just didn't relate. He's a populist. I will get to why he likes Ford, which is a whole different area. He's like a right-wing guy. He's a reform guy. He was not part of the Progressive Conservatives. He was an anti-Progressive Conservative, which was a part of the establishment. Mulrooney and Crombie and Byron McDougall, who I once supported. These red Tories, that was part of the establishment. Way back when, I used to be a red Tory. I'm going on, but I used to be a red Tory provincially.
That is a good point.
And they were the establishment, but then Mulrooney, red Tory, he got heavily involved with Quebec. He lost his way, emphasizing Quebec and constitutional change. He pissed off the West, and the reform was a result of even the Tory establishment ignoring the West, ignoring populism, ignoring what was outside of Montreal and Toronto, and that's where Harper's coming from.
How would you compare him, Mitch, to Mike Harris, let's say?
Good question. Mike Harris was a response to. I guess it was a response to red Tories, like the Progressive
NDP, in fact,
Conservatives.
when he first came in, really.
Sorry?
I mean, wasn't it right after Ray that he
After Bob Ray.
After Bob Ray.
Yeah,
He was in response.
So it was a major response.
It was
exactly.
because remember
Yeah.
we were in heavily.
Yeah.
Remember, it was response to Peterson, Liberal, and Ray, who tax and spend, who back then I've been around for too long, Ray, but back then was tax and spend, and we were against the debt wall. Peterson, again, somewhat like what Trudeau's doing. We're going to get to that. The government will solve everything. We'll have big government. We'll solve health and welfare and affordable housing and all this stuff, and we'll have big government. But we were spending more than we could take in. So the Peterson started, and Ray, we're in a recession. What did Ray do? We're going to tax our way out of this. We're going to bore our way out of it. Well, he went even further, and unfortunately, the NDP because of that horrible experience that Bob Ray had with the NDP, they've never come close to running the government provincially by that. So that I think you could agree on with that. So Harris
tactically, it was a disaster.
Harris was a response to all this, saying we've gone out of control.
Well, that's how he came in, but
he came in, and it was like, you remember, it was like. Respect. I was saying populist. Respect. He's from North Bay
too. So you would call him. So it's similar.
He came from North Bay. He's not a Bay Street guy. Maybe he is now, but he came from North. He was a golf pro from North Bay. Ernie Eves was up in Parry South. These guys were like way out there. They weren't part of the establishment, but it was.
But who's advising them? You see,
well, it's irrelevant. Who's advising? We're young Turks.
Well, let me ask you, because you brought the issue of the reform, and they are not red Tories, and we know that it is combination of the Reform Alliance
and
all of that. We know the story, and even after the change of the Election Act in 2003, they started to form and get with the help of the Peter MacKay to get the Conservatives. We know the Grand Orchard and all of that. They were involved in that. But my question is, I want to bring the two other gentlemen that quietly sitting there, especially the Leroy.
He's ready to rock
Why?
and roll.
My question is, we live in a country or with a system that it's not like dictatorial countries, at least in the appearance, in a form that we have a king or we have a dictator or something like Idi Amin or something like that, Saddam Hussein. Why always we talk about one person when it comes to the election rather than the whole gamut of the people who run the country? And I want you to think about it, but I want to start with you, because you have a small newspaper, and I just want to know from perspective of
It's not the
underdog.
size of the paper that matters.
The dog, the size of the fight in the dog. But why?
Thank you.
You see, he is getting fresh. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
And why you have a small newspaper? You don't have the accessibility of the mainstream media. Why always everybody talks about either Trudeau or Harper? What's happened to the rest of the gang?
That's who's spending the money.
Who? Harper does they spend the money?
The major three parties.
No, I know, but why people just focus on one person?
I don't know why the public doesn't rise up and say, look, there are more voices out there to be heard than what I'm hearing.
So
It's
what's happened to the local candidates? So you are
Huh?
dealing with the local candidates in your
Yeah.
riding, which is your.
Yeah.
Why when you walk in by their office, campaign office, they have big picture of their leader rather than their own pictures?
Yeah.
Why is that?
They're
Why do
selling
you
party
think it?
politics.
So it is just they're selling brands.
Brand. Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Branding.
Actually, I think it's pretty obvious that the leader of the party, who becomes the prime minister, and I understand when people say we don't vote directly for our prime minister. That's a second-year law school argument, or maybe a sophomore.
It is in the Constitution.
Yeah, it's a very sophomoric argument,
There is
though.
no party in the Constitution.
It's a very sophomoric argument.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, the leader of the party runs the government. And we saw this, I think the best example of this was Pierre Elliott Trudeau. 1969's White Paper, the catalyst for most First Nations activism in this day, was actually signed off on by Indian Affairs Minister John Chrétien. However, it was Trudeau's paper. Trudeau gave his marching orders to his ministers, and that's what he did. He ran the party. The same way they accuse Harper of running his party with a tight fist, and I think in the beginning of Harper's term in office, that was probably a good thing, because there are candidates who tend to get elected on the party brand, who may or may not have the kind of value that the party wants to bring forward. So the leader actually does call the shots. So we should probably consider that the leader is going to be the important person. I'll give you this. I've had people talk to me about Justin Trudeau, and I will ask them, I say, look, I don't think Justin Trudeau is necessarily qualified to be the Prime Minister of Canada. And they'll say, yeah, but he has advisors. I think he wakes up tomorrow morning, if he should form the government, and tells those advisors and all of the people who got him there, I got you here. We went from 36 seats to however many we get.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he becomes the boss and becomes his father's son. And although I don't think he's qualified to do the job, I think he'll take it upon himself, and it's his right to do so, because it's his name at the leadership of the party.
Isn't his campaign advisor is the one who
Well,
run Obama's campaign?
Well, I was actually,
What does
I'm
that
more
mean?
thinking of the fellow who was the author of the green energy in Ontario under Kathleen Wynne. And I now personally, ideologically,
No, I'm talking about his campaign advisor.
Yes, so am I.
Yeah.
And this would
His name's Boggs. Actually, Boggs is the key player. He's his campaign advisor, but he's his right-hand man. Not the Obama guy. I don't think is important.
My,
but
my question,
Or are we talking about the fellow who was
let
forced?
me-
Or are we talking about the fellow who was forced to resign? And back to my point that I was trying to get out earlier about the mainstream media going after Harper and not going after the real issues in this campaign. Can you imagine had the co-chair of Stephen Harper's campaign had to resign because he was lobbying for oil companies at the same time as doing his job? I mean, for God's sake.
You can argue that.
And this is back page news?
No, I understand that. You can argue that with that is the part that I have problem. Because these things are preoccupy the public with the things or issues that is far away from the actual gain that these party, either of them,
Your question pertained to whether the leader of the party,
Well, why?
we should be focusing on that on the party.
Yes.
We should be focusing on the leader because...
Oh, so you agree with that then?
I think we should be, because tomorrow morning, should we wake up with a liberal minority or a majority government, I think you're going to see Justin Trudeau not listening to his advisors. I think you're going to see Justin Trudeau telling everybody how it's going to be. And I think that's a scary proposition for the
Bauman,
future
I
of
think,
Canada.
the theory, it's parliamentary, parliamentary democracy, and I mean, it's local based, and if you get enough people elected in parliament, then the leader of the party becomes the prime minister. But we have become, and maybe
If
for
they
better,
have the consensus.
let me show you. But for better, for worse, because of we are gone a bit American. And people say that it's because of TV, because of media, because of how politics are now run. Though we don't have a presidential system, it is very leader focused, and that's the way it is. I mean, we have these leaders debates. I mean, most people. I mean, look basically when they're concerned about what's going on, they watch, the leaders debates if that's possible, or when the journalists or the various newspapers they're covering the leaders. Very rarely are they covering the local candidates. And so it's become a very focused, leader-based, and maybe it's because of the nature of politics now, modern politics. It's a very big business. Millions upon millions of dollars are raised, are spent on advertising, there's a whole infrastructure built upon promoting the leader.
Would you consider that something healthy for democracy?
That's a good question.
How about you? You think about it?
That's a good question.
Well, no, I would say that it's a shell game. So you take a look at history. Who do we remember? The leaders. We look at the Nazis, we think of Hitler, we think of Stalin as absolutely controlling everything that ever took place in Russia. We look at the kings and queens in history. And so it's somehow soothing for the public on a deep psychological level to believe that some sort of paternal figure, or maternal possibly, but usually paternal figure, is now taking care of them, is making specific decisions, like for instance, alone, someone like Bush is going to decide that we're going to go into Iraq. And completely forgetting that how were they actually placed there? The enormous amount of money that's required, the machine required to put this person there, and who's contributing to this machine? And all those individuals who are contributing that money, or organizations,
Or individuals.
But they're looking for a return on their investment. They've got agendas.
Who look at the return on investment?
Anybody
the public?
well, not the public per se exactly, but those people who are actually placing their bets are looking to get return on their investment. They're business people.
It's like CBC that we just earlier talked about.
Yeah, it's right across the board. And so to imagine that all of a sudden this person, even if the person's an absolute genius, like for instance in the case of those ones who actually had the bigger minds, let's say like a Jimmy Carter, and who were attempting to micromanage, and they couldn't even come close, even though they had the big minds. Now you're going to have someone like, and even though I'm on the liberal side, but someone like Justin Trudeau, and imagining that this person is going to take the approach of taking a hands-on approach where he's going to just control everything, and that's what he's going to do the next day, is absurd.
Maybe we have this nice tension. You're being very philosophical, and I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for that framing of my contribution. Using the word philosophical, especially in this culture, really adds credibility to it, but thank you for that.
Okay, you're being a little sarcastic. I like that.
And provided with a smile, which is actually interesting, classic player move, but carry on.
So we'll have an Gary now.
We'll have a simultaneous analysis, so it'll be like a simulcast.
Well, I'm trying to bring it to I think we have viewers out here. We shouldn't be
Shouldn't we have a viewer?
Maybe we have 1 or 2 viewers, but maybe, I think it's really.
No, we have more than that.
It's a great.
As far as Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard from Mexico
There's
today.
a whole gang of Mexican bar actually watching us.
And I know 2 ex-wives of mine are looking in.
Well,
But that's another story. Okay, but
They're probably rooting for me then.
they are rooting for. They have no question. Maybe one. The second one's a good one, but that's another story.
What was the point?
Okay, what is my point? The point is just to bring it a little more practical.
I like Mitch's swag.
To make it a little more practical, dealing with leaders, and I'm trying to bring it to sort of practical. Harper has been criticized for like 10 years, and certainly this whole campaign, for being a control freak, for being manipulative, hard-nosed, and there's no a democratic deficit. Like none of his people get a word in edgewise. It's all Harper all the time. He's controlling everything, and there's no democratic reform. This was a criticism by Ignatieff, and now, and people hate Harper for this. Mm-hmm. The irony is that Trudeau is not any dissimilar. though he's younger and he has better hair and he has so-called charisma,
That's
and the young
undeniable.
chicks like him. But the point is, remember he used to say he's as manipulative and as tough and as hard-nosed as Harper. Because the best example is, remember he said, you know what? I'm going to let the constituent, like the basic riding associations determine who their representative is going to be. It's going to be hands off. Harper, he's a tough guy. He's an asshole. He's controlling. I'm going to let it. But all of a sudden, when push comes to shove, he was he had his favorites, and he parachuted his favorites, Christy Freeland, here in Rosedale, and some of his non-favorites. There was another great woman, Christine Innes. He didn't want her there, so and people all of a sudden they weren't getting their nomination papers signed, and all these excuses. Who people have been in the party a long time deserve to have their shot, maybe locally based, but he wanted high profile. So he did what Harper has been accused of doing. Maybe he's like Teflon Man. People don't get it. He was criticized. Eve Adams, classic example. The woman is like an airhead, great looking, but an airhead. She was like, she
didn't get in.
She couldn't get elected in Burlington, so she's all of a sudden parachuted in by Trudeau.
That's a crime. Good looking and airhead, and she didn't get in. What went wrong?
No, but my point is, it was Trudeau's idea to airlift this airhead. Use that
Didn't
airlift
take much air because she was naturally buoyant.
or she flew there. And to dump her into Eglinton Lawrence against the local candidate, and fortunately she lost. But that was an example of so-called the criticism of being a manipulative leader.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because my belief is, I mean not my belief, my observation, not belief. I don't have belief about any one of these people. My observation is Trudeau is no different than Harper 10 years ago. When it comes to toughness and doing all of those things and being uni-minded and unilateral and making certain decisions. And that is the problem I have. Because we saw the result of someone who came to the power with the limited experience at that time. I'm talking about 2006 when Harper first came.
You said limited experience?
Limited experience. I mean,
Not limited to.
No.
I mean, that's
Pretty smart guy.
He was not experienced leader.
Sure, but
he
was the leader of the party.
Well, the leader of the party, but
Harper's
he doesn't
been
mean
the leader of the party.
government.
Harper has some academic.
No,
I wouldn't
credentials
even,
going
I wouldn't
into
even
that.
compare Trudeau to Harper in 2006.
Hold on, I finished my question. You didn't.
well, you're-
attack it, right?
This is a volume pack.
You're advancing it.
You're going into a wall.
Hold on.
It's like you're planting a tree. They don't want even the root goes in first.
Come on, you're advancing a paradigm.
Harper,
Not
when he was
that-
17, is
I have-
smarter than Trudeau now.
I
What are you
haven't-
talking like
I
Harper?
haven't
Like,
finished.
he had more brains
No,
when he
no,
was 17 than
you-
Trudeau now. What are you talking about?
You brought the issue of you personally
Yes.
just 2 minutes ago
Yes.
compared Trudeau
Yes.
could be as aloof and as ruthless
Yes,
as
that's correct.
that Harper is being perceived. Let's say, put your
I
word.
totally agree.
Not
Yes.
necessarily be,
Yeah.
but perceived.
Yes, yes.
What I'm trying to say is, if the sentiment of the people that the Harper is this, Harper is that, is a dictator, and so on, aren't we in the dangerous ground to put someone else like Trudeau, which 10 years later, we sit here and talk about him the same way with the liberal advocates?
All right, you want to go? You can take that.
It is this. I think once again, we're doing exactly the same thing. We're assuming that this individual, this messianic individual, whether it be Trudeau, whether it be now in the case of the original Trudeau, okay, that's probably the closest to the mark, where you had somebody who literally took the country from one direction to another one. Absolute given. It's the exception to me that makes the rule. It never happened before or after that I can think of. Some shift like that. But when you have this kind of individual, we're assuming that they have this vision, and this vision now eventually will just, sort of form, and then they get used to power, then they start to evolve, and we go through these various phases. But what I believe is, it isn't their vision. I think that they're front for an agenda, and what I'm saying is it's not some evil agenda. It's just, but I think there are two principal differences between these parties, or rather, one principal.
liberals and
in terms of, in fact, one in the sense of And this might sound philosophical, but the paradigm.
I like philosophy. It's good.
Well, then, actually, then we're fortunate because we're moving to philosophy now, and so you're really going to enjoy yourself. So I would actually say it's the distinction between the social democratic kind of the European model versus the American model. And for instance, Harper can be, or Harris, very much, and maybe this is just perception, but very much connected to the American model.
Or is that a narrative that has been driven by media?
Perhaps, but it's the general perception per se.
one thing I know-
No, he's talking about the perception. We are not talking about the facts.
cause. I'm talking about the perception.
I'd be delighted
I would
to
say
finish the
it's
thought on
certainly
this.
my perception. I
Okay,
can speak for myself, and
You're not speaking for me on that perception. I don't believe what you're saying.
okay. No, I'm just gonna. I'll finish what I'm saying.
we will
and
see
then-
the
and
result
two
of the
you will-
vote tonight.
The two of you will come in. But the thing is,
Okay.
so you have that model
Okay.
versus basically the social democratic model. Each of them have elites. Each of them have different ways of managing, and each of them probably to some extent is an illusion that's sold to the public and is not totally true. Well, not even close to true. But I'm saying that within that you have this, and I guess this is how I present it as the game. You create this illusion, and then within this illusion, you have these individuals who have agendas, and then they're going to now bank themselves on one side or the other and say, okay, if we get in, we're going to get the contracts, et cetera, we're going to make money, and it's going to run that way. In the meantime, we've got various values. One can be equality, the other one prosperity. Depending on the values, depending on the times, one value is going to fly over the other. And I would say that's essentially how the game is played. And they pull these levers, and then the part of this game is, for emotional reasons, to attach it to an individual and to ascribe all kinds of the branding to this individual exactly.
For the vote?
For the vote, for everything, because exactly, if you're going to be pumping out the media and you're pumping out the machine, it's a much simpler message to say, this is Trudeau, this is the agenda, versus a sort of this amorphous thing of some party, which is going to be much more difficult to brand. So it's a much more efficient way to run the game. That's my argument.
Well, I actually essentially agree with what you're saying about that. It is far easier for people when you look at the attention spans of
Yeah.
people. Again, in my experience running for council, knocking on doors, the number one question at the door was, who do I support for mayor? But it's the least germane question you can possibly ask of a council candidate. The mayor has one vote on council just like a councillor, but it's a bumper sticker. It's, I have an 8-second attention span. Give me what I want to hear. Give it to me now, and don't confuse me by telling me that it's a little more intricate than that it's more nuanced than that. So it becomes a very obvious thing that we're going to focus on the leader as the whole core of the party, as you mentioned, the brand. And in this case, with the Liberals, it's Justin, it's Harper, and Harper's been there too long, and Harper's tired. Well, people have come and gone under Harper's term as Prime Minister, as they would under any Prime Minister. However, when you look at the core of the party, and you say, well, are these people really about that one individual? In fact, they are.
Who?
Now, whether the media has driven that narrative or whether Canadians believe that narrative or not, the leader does run the party. The leader does call the shots. The leader does tell you, you're a backbencher. You're not going to be promoted to cabinet.
But in the democratic process, you cannot have that kind of the power
Well, then why
to
don't
give
we
it to
ha-
anyone.
All
I'm
right,
not
okay.
talking about Harper or John Chrétien or anyone
Let me give you a
like that.
fantastic example here. This is an example of, if you recall the tragedy, the shooting at the Eaton Centre in Toronto a few years ago. Then City Councillor Adam Vaughan proposed a ban on the sale, storage and use of ammunition in the City of Toronto.
Okay.
Now, that isn't authorized, the City Council isn't authorized under the Constitution to make a gun law or a gun-related law. So that died in the vine. And Vaughan was speaking to his constituents. He wanted to hear him say something. So, water under the bridge, it didn't pass as a motion. However, when Vaughan went with, knowing that he was going to take that stand, when he went as an MP to Ottawa, where he was in the right building to do it, where was the private member's bill? Why would he not take those values with him
what
to
this has to do
Ottawa?
with the-
It tells me that the party leader told him we're not going there. Because those are his values. He'd have brought them to Ottawa, but he didn't, did he?
So that is exactly my point. You're
I'm saying
reiterating
that what I'm
what-
saying is that MPs
Yeah.
become trained SEAls because
because
they're
of
told.
the leader. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, let me look at it. I think a general comment. Maybe I'm getting a little philosophical, but I think everything we. Okay, are you ready?
I don't
Are you ready
mind.
for this? Okay.
The keyword for tonight is philosophy.
Philosophical. I think maybe when I introduce myself, I am contrarian, and basically I think, or like anything I say, obviously look at it critically and don't take anything I say as the gospel. But I think in general,
we never do.
I know, and I appreciate
Thanks for that preface. Otherwise, I was in danger
We're
of.
going to take everything I say etched in stone. I know
The
you
reason
don't.
I'm doing this program because I don't get
I
anything
was,
from
I was
French
nearly converted. Or
Oh, you nearly converted. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we still have another 4 hours to go. All right. I guess what I'm getting at is like even your question. Let's just look at assumptions. Like number one, so you understand where I'm coming from. I think Harper is probably one of the best prime ministers we've ever had. He ranks, I did say rank up with Trudeau and maybe Laurier. I mean, and the top. And one of the reasons for this. And even Johnny McDonald, that's going overboard. But the reason I'm saying is because, okay, the reason for that is because for the very reasons he's being criticized are his strengths. In other words, he had to be tough. He had to be strong. He had to be, he couldn't be, as I say, let it all hang out and let anything go. Like maybe the original reform was let's have recalls and let's have referendums and let all the power come from the bottom. Well, if that would happen, they would be marginalized. They would never have got into power for the last 9 years. Politics is about the art of the possible, about winning, not being like out there, just being the moral conscious, like unfortunately the NDP had been for years federally. You actually to be successful in politics, you actually have to win, and to win for Harper was to fashion these red Tories, progressive over here, these reform over here, right-wing yahoos, rural yahoos, businessmen, a whole group into a party that would compete with the natural governing party, the Liberals, who were been running the country for decades and decades and decades. And to do that, he had to impose his will on the party. And you alluded to it, Paul, and I share your view. I'm a fiscal conservative, but on the social end, on the left, if you will, I'm socially libertarian. In other words, like Trudeau, I don't think the state should be in the bedrooms of the citizens. And Harper, in order to win, had to sort of say, look, we're just going to deal with fiscal matters. Yes, all you people over here are anti-abortion, and you're anti-free choice, and you're anti-gay, and maybe you may come out with that, but and you may disagree with that. But he says, for us to win, we got to keep the social part out of it. It's too divisive. We'll never win. We'll always be marginalized. We'll only have 2 seats, 10 seats, 6 seats. We got to keep the social part out, as opposed to Republicans, who unfortunately let the yahoos control the situation. And Harper, to his credit, is sort of kept, and the Liberals for years have said, oh, if you get Harper in, there'll be a hidden agenda. We'll have, women will have no rights, and we'll have, there'll be no more, freedom of choice, and gay people will be treated, horribly as third-class citizens. And Harper said, no, we're not like that. And anyone who says anything along those lines, they're going to be backbenchers. We're never bringing the abortion, we're not reopening the abortion issue, the freedom of choice. I'm in favor of same-sex, and gay rights, and call it whatever you want. As a result, they've been competitive. They've won 3 elections, basically in essentially a center-left country, which is a huge achievement. He's always been the minority. He's always had 30%. He's never had, and the last time he got up to 38. Mm-hmm. There's always been 30%, and there's been, probably the rest of the country is 60%, usually split between NDP and Liberals.
Well,
so
that is
it's a massive
flaws that we have.
No, but he had to be a tough. He had to be a tough. The point is, he had to be tough. He had to be strong to in order to fashion a disparate group to be successful. And so I look at it as a positive thing, not as he's manipulative, he's tough. This is who he is. This is why the Tories have been successful.
Let me just like a volleyball.
Yeah.
You passed me something. You said like Trudeau. He said that we shouldn't be in the bedroom of the public and all of that. But in 2012, he brought a bill, C-30, if I'm not mistaken, that get to the hard drive of the people. get to the emails of the people. The question that I have, by the way, I am not questioning the integrity of the man. I am questioning the contradiction between what it said and what is done. I'm not critical of Harper or Trudeau or anyone. And in fact, if put me as a person, because I am impartial, even Pierre Trudeau, I think he did the worst thing to this country by allocating in 1974, just let these bankers go free willy-nilly with losing the regulation and sell out to the World Bank, the country to the World Bank. So I am not really in the favor of the Pierre Elliott Trudeau in the first place. If you are putting the comparison, the point I am trying to say is I'm not questioning anyone's intention. Doesn't matter left or right. I'm saying the democratic process we have, as you said, is 30% and 60% doesn't vote for him, or vice versa for the liberal. The same thing. Don't get me wrong. In 1993, when demise of the conservative came to the effect with the 2 seats or 3 seats,
2 seats, that's right.
It was what, with the 40%? So 60%
The
left.
Chrétien had majorities with 40%
Yes,
as well. That's right.
and 60% of those who voted, by the way, left without representation. I have a chart, and later on I get to the computer and I show you. In the 2011 election, I'm just bringing 2011, not because of the conservative, just because it is recent. 2011, in Canada, we had more than 27 million aging population voters. 24.25 million of them were registered as a registered voter. 14.85 voted, and conservatives that would get that 166 seats, they only had 4.7 million votes. I calculated.
Right.
Don't
Okay,
worry.
no, I think it was like 40%, 38 or 40%
no,
of the
30
vote.
of the people who voted.
Yes.
But the general. Now, if you get that portion and make the calculation, which is one of my fetishes numbers.
Right.
So if you get that 5 million even divided to 27, we have had majority government with the 16% of the population.
If you can't take the time to go to a polling station and put an X beside a name, or decline your ballot, or destroy your ballot, or eat your ballot, or whatever you do, then you don't count. You don't
No,
count
I
in
understand that. I'm
democracy.
not. My point is not. First of all, mostly my point in this program and having you guys here is mainly because we, as a citizens of this country, we want to have a better environment for everybody. Which is less problem if we have better environment. If our mainstream media doesn't help, how do you?
Well, I think you should vote. I think you're alluding to you don't like this process, first past the post. Why? Frankly,
no.
I think it works for this country. So I think it's. I don't think it's worth discussing. I think the problem you said, people need to vote and to participate, and it's not the fault of the process. It's because they're not voting.
But haven't we
go ahead.
deviated, and I think this is Bowman's point, that we've deviated from the original intention of how this democracy was set up, the parliamentary system was set up. Because I don't think back in the 19th century, those who were voting conservative were voting Tory in England because of Disraeli. They were Tories and they were going to vote. Or Gladstone, the opposite side, right?
Yeah.
So what you had was the individual representative, probably somewhat more important then, and that was the original intention of the system. But over time, it's turned into this, not because of these individual things, but probably largely media as assisted. But then the question becomes, if we have deviated from the original intention of this system, what is the impact of that? And it's really a question, because clearly it's not going to work the way it used to, where, in other words, the little man is represented through their local representative, etc. Now the likelihood of that individual being represented is far less, because the thing is it's all macro, and it's within each of these big chunks which are coming from the center.
This comes down to a core issue that I've been fighting with for a couple of years, which is we need an informed, engaged public. Again, back to the municipal in Toronto, 37 out of 38 out of 44 wards were re-elected mostly by wide margins. That's not indicative of a healthy democracy. We need an informed, engaged public. Now, the media is not going to help, but they're not obliged to. Outside of the national broadcaster, who is funded by tax dollars,
They are
the rest are
obliged to,
entitled to their
yes,
bias
yeah.
because they have to do business. I mean, if the Toronto Star were to turn around tomorrow and not endorse a Liberal, there'd be a lot of really angry people who would cancel their subscriptions, and there'd be a lot of
Or
people out
pull
of
out
work.
the ads.
No, exactly. But that's the business they're in. So people have to inform themselves, and there's no way around it. There's no easy way. There's no. You can't. You know the old adage: you can lead a horse to water. You can't inform and engage people. They have to do it for themselves. And this notion that voter apathy can be cured by forcing people to vote is ridiculous.
Can never force
Because
anybody
you'll
to
just
do
see
anything.
people
They'll just
hammering
resist.
a name on a ballot. Well, they'll show up
Yeah.
if and they'll vote, but it doesn't mean they're going to be informed.
The ballot.
Yeah, please, if you don't know anything at all, please decline. Don't vote. I don't want to know. I don't want your opinion, because I'm a considered voter, and I know that even people with whom I disagree on many things are they're considered voters. So get out there and vote, and we'll fight it out. We can all have debates as we're having here this evening, but really, I think it's a failing of us as people. I think maybe we've got it too
Well,
good.
I agree on that. I agree totally. I agree with that.
Maybe we
You
have
see?
things too good.
It's definitely a failing on us.
Yeah.
Was a cynicism of a
I mean,
kind, for sure.
Some of the problems that I think we
Yeah,
have
yeah.
that cause people to sway one way or the other way is the fact that we subsidize the media. There's no
How many
bottom
tax
line.
dollars do you get for your
Huh?
paper? How many tax dollars do you get for your paper?
Not a goddamn dime. It's like the special events thing. Never ever seen a dime from the government, never ever asked for a dime. I take a libertarian view of everything that I do. It's like, they don't owe me, they don't need to finance my business. That's my job. To finance my business. My job is to bust my ass, make money, put it into my business, and hope that it grows. And if I'm in the media business, it's the same goddamn thing. Either we sell advertising to pay the printing bill, or we're out of business.
But what happens, let's say in a case like Hearst, we're looking at big players, so to speak, who will then fund the media because they're not looking to make a profit from
They're
the
looking
sales.
to get some favors done.
Well, not just favors, they've got an agenda. So
That's
they're going to
propaganda.
fund,
It becomes
so then
propaganda.
then
That's
it
it.
becomes a propaganda vehicle. So now what you have is the public in a democracy who has a choice between various propaganda vehicles, which is probably what we have today.
Inform themselves,
arguably.
and you won't have any problem.
But again, expecting the average man to think is something that has never happened. I mean, this sounds maybe overly cynical,
It sounds a
but
little
We
arrogant.
need to
actually.
no, it
educate them
isn't.
more,
No, the
I
average
think.
person does not think. What I'm just saying is, and I'm not. It has
That
nothing to
sounds
do with
in-
education.
That sounds intensely. That
no,
sounds
it-
highly arrogant.
Okay, no, it isn't, because I'll explain
You're
why.
expecting people to not
Well,
think.
let
I'm
him
saying,
explain
I'll explain you
why,
why.
and then-
In other words, the extent to which they think, like what I'm saying is, a farmer who's on his fields and basically has his own particular perspective, has, let's say, a capacity to think. That individual.
I would presume
right?
that he has a capacity to think.
Exactly.
Yes, I would.
Okay, but the majority of people, I would, and this is just, well, you can say it's a fact, but what I'm saying is, let's say my position is that what the majority of people are actually doing is that within their group, they're thinking exactly the way everyone in their group thinks, whether
You mean
they're on
like
the right
people
or the
south
left.
of DuPont Avenue
No.
who all think exactly the same, who all have the same social construct in mind, who all think that
I'm
socialism
saying
is the
they're
way
peer
to
group.
go,
No,
cradle to grave
I'm
security,
saying
and
within
let the
what I'm
rich
saying-
pay, let the rich
no,
pay.
What I'm just saying is that every peer
Pack
group.
mentality.
No,
it's
it
the
doesn't
pack
apply
mentality.
down here. It doesn't apply to you.
No,
It
what-
doesn't apply down here.
No,
It
what
only
I'm just
applies to the
saying
farmer.
we do
is,
have that.
I'm
God
talking about the
says
pack mentality.
is
It's
for
just
sale.
part
Yes,
of the human
exactly.
herd
So
instinct.
am I. I'm talking about the pack mentality in downtown Toronto, where they support the Wynne Liberals after the McGuinty Liberals. When we've got scandal after scandal,
Yeah.
they're under three.
But you're going to have the
previously four
conservatives
OP
doing the same thing. It's not. It's
I
it's
know.
not the-
No, I don't see any ongoing
Oh,
OPP investigations into
so you
the
think the herd
Conservatives
instinct
currently.
is the exclusive domain of the Liberals? Is that what you're arguing? And that
No,
the Conservatives are
I'm
basically a
saying
collection
that the
of free
capacity to think is universal, and for you to suggest that the only people who are thinking are the elite
No, I didn't. Did I say elite?
Toronto, south of...
No, actually, I didn't. In fact, you made that statement, not I. I said that people who
But
are
I
actual
noticed you
free
brought up the
thinkers,
example of a farmer,
as being
not an example of somebody sipping a latte a block and a half away
but
from
when
the
I said the
studio.
example of the farmer is more likely to be the thinker than the one sipping the latte.
You think that the person sipping the latte is the sheeple and not the person
On
who's
the farm?
farming?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
That
not
was-
where you
that-
were going with
No,
that.
No,
That's
that
what I
was- that
said.
was his point.
That was my point. Just
That
you
was
know,
his
just you weren't
point.
listening.
Cluttered
You
up
were
as
just
much.
assuming.
That was his point,
This
because
is my
because he's
point.
isolated,
What I'm
he doesn't have
No,
Exactly.
no,
not
in
just
fact,
no, not
let's-
just isolated.
Let's just roll
because-
the argument
Yeah,
back here.
yeah.
What you did say was that the person who is working on the farm is going to be part of groupthink.
No, I didn't
He's
say
going to
that.
think...
No, that's what you heard. That's not what I said.
Well, those are
Nobody
the
else
word-
here heard that. No, what I'm just saying is you jumped to the conclusion, which is part of your herd think, that you actually just immediately what you actually did was you made an association between what I said and elitism,
Sure.
and then you made this false supposition that I was actually elitist, and then you basically railroaded on that and associated with lattes, etc., etc. And so I'm saying that in actual fact that whatever the group, like I've been in left-wing groups, I've been in right-wing groups, and let's say growing up. This family, this culture, I've
Which
been in
right-wing
Hungary.
groups have you been a party of?
Well, what I'm just saying is I grew up in Lawrence Park, fairly right-wing in general. I went to private school, fairly right-wing, etc. Then I was at the Adler Institute for psychology, very left-wing. I've been here, I did business in Hungary, turnarounds, etc. So left-wing country just turned to the right wing. So I've seen the left, the right, etc. And what I've noticed in every single one of these groups is that there's groupthink and that there's only a small minority that are actually thinking for themselves in any given group. And this is not being elitist, it's just a function of the human condition.
Yes.
We were born with the
I agree
capacity
with
to
it,
think,
yeah.
but very few of us actually do think independently. And this is why
I don't
the
agree with
political
that premise at all.
I think a lot of people
Well,
respond
you don't have
on
to. You don't have to.
what they-
That's
not
what
true.
they're saying.
I think that John just...
They don't take the time.
I just think
At
that's
least
so
it's loud.
arrogant of any of us to say that.
Hold on a second. Hold on your argument. Let me
I just want to again bring it to I hate to bring it to a more practical application, but taking into account what both you're saying, because I hear what both you're saying, but again, this is all my own assumptions, my own theory, subject to obviously criticism and review, but I think we started at one time with CBC. CBC is a public broadcaster. It gets $1 billion, and I get the goal is a mandate. We need a public broadcaster to tell, report, or tell Canadian stories to Canadians, report on Canadian politics in an objective way. And I think a lot of us on the right are very upset with the CBC because we don't feel they're doing that mandate. We feel they have an agenda. Ironically, they always criticize Harper for agenda. They have an agenda. We feel, in looking at the reporting very objectively, it's biased. It's it's anti-Harper. It's anti-right wing. It's pro-Toronto Star, pro-liberal, pro-NDP, pro-union. And then as we unpack it and look at it more closely, and we analyze, and it's interesting. Following the polls, each of them retains a pollster, and and they're relying upon this pollster to say and they're retaining, so they're paying a pollster. So, so the pollster is getting paid. So it's not going to say, Harper's going to win a majority, if maybe that's not the case. So what I'm finding is that this public broadcaster is retaining someone who I think is liberal biased, getting a result that's liberal biased, and then promoting it as this is the Canadian way, and this is we're showing or educating the country about politics, when in fact they're just showing a narrow view vis-a-vis their own perspective. I guess that's why a lot of us are upset that it's no longer a public broadcaster. It's broadcasting its own particular view, but subsidized by the whole country, many of whom don't subscribe to this view that they're broadcasting. And I think, so that's, you take the CBC, but I'm also seeing it, Toronto Star, which is private, and Global Mail, but who present themselves as the newspaper's a record, and they're the journalists. And at one time, when maybe it was a different country, we didn't have social media, we didn't have computers and all that, and we only had 4 networks. We had the CBC, and they had all the debates. We were ignorant. We relied upon the media because basically they were the experts, and we had very few vehicles. And it was the CBC and CTV, and there was 3 or 4 newspapers. Now we have not only these newspapers, but we have tons of social media. We have tons of blogs, right-wing, left-wing blogs, libertarian, and that's changed. maybe we're talking the game, that has changed the game. And no wonder CBC, they lost debates and no one gave a crap that they didn't do the debates. Because we don't need them anymore. No one's watching the CBC. No one's listening to CBC because there's all this, you have independent newspapers.
$1 billion a year right there, Bo.
You have independent, maybe the billion should be going to your newspaper and all these bloggers and online newspapers.
We
and
put
stuff
it in
because,
the agenda.
You know, because it's interesting, this is what's
Actually,
happened.
this is a great point.
We're
Why
no
not?
longer
Why
this
not you?
little
Yeah.
village that we all like focusing on one or two stations. We have 500 TV stations. We have thousands of blogs, online stuff, good, better, Huffington Post, all kinds of Rebel Media, all kinds. There's tons of independent, and I do a blog. People are Facebooking, and some of the stuff on the Facebook is as intelligent or more intelligent than commentary from the CBC who are relying upon one pollster to tell them what to think. So that's so. I think things have changed. I'm just and that's and I know that's the elitist view.
Mitch, I remember seeing you on Sun Media from time to time.
Okay.
And when Sun Media could not gain traction, it was a disappointment to a lot of people who were followers. But it was always on a channel that was so far up the band that we could never find it, and unlike global CTV, CBC. What happened with Sun Media that allowed it to fail so radically?
Why the economics? I guess you're right. It was not on a basic cable. You had to find it. I think you had to pay for it, or it was so obscure. As opposed, it was a number 6. It was like 5, and CBC is 6, and it would be 5.
But it had traction.
But it died. Well, the point is, CBC has that subsidy. The CTV, they have they're larger, so it died. So it's a new form in Rebel Media. It's online like a lot of, and in fact CBC is they're gonna have to sell all their buildings because they're losing tons of money. They're talking about have to go online. And frankly, and we have all these Canadians who support CBC who want everyone a billion taxpayers. If they so support, let them pay for it. Let it be user. Maybe would you relate to that? Would you
like
agree
a
with
PBS
that?
model?
You could, but I'm
A
just
user
thinking,
model.
One of the things also
Yeah.
to put this into context, one of the things, or again my context, is that the CBC has been associated with being left-wing forever, correct?
Well,
Generally speaking.
I would
Yes.
say
Yeah, it's never been right-wing.
Yeah.
I was trying to say something that would be safe.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so now stating the obvious.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So what's happening
there
is
is that perception.
and so, given the general perception that between the conservatives and the liberals, which is going to be more representative in terms of perception of the left, it's the liberals. So the fact that the CBC, which is left-wing, is supporting the liberals and is biased that way is actually to be expected. Now, that they should be is another thing. The fact that they're using tax dollars to do it is another issue, but in a way, none of us are surprised by it, right?
Actually, I'm shocked by it every day. I
well,
really am. When I saw that
must be
Mark
exhausted.
Delahunty character,
You have a lot of time.
Yes. I mean,
I have I drink a Red Bull. I get that.
clearly, cut back on the Red Bull
When I
on
saw
that one.
the Mary Walsh bit, the
Yeah.
Mark Delahunty doing an anti-Harper ad, and she's an employee of the CBC doing this on the YouTube or whatever. I guess they aired it on CBC too, and they posted it.
And you're right. Absolutely.
It was way out of line.
It is out of line. I agree with you.
wouldn't-
Yeah.
If it were funny, if it were truly satire, I'd have laughed along with them. I'm inclined to support Harper,
Yeah.
but I like a good bit of satire. And I don't mind if they make fun of my guy. I don't mind if they make
Well,
fun
no,
of me.
but they're not SNL.
I think they need
You know what I'm saying? They're not
to make
supposed
their
to be doing
jokes
that.
at their own expense.
I've enjoyed
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
I have enjoyed humor at my expense. I mean, during the course of the campaign, the odd singer
Let
came.
me ask you this:
the odd
if you saw that ad, the one that you just described, I saw that with her clothing. If you find out that she did it on her own, with her own money, would you object that the same way?
Yes, because
Why?
she'd be using her profile as
Precisely.
a CBC star.
That's a fair
No,
statement.
I am talking about if individual, one
No,
person
no.
goes, let's say
If-
I go.
if you did it,
Oh yes,
have at
if
have
I
at
do
her.
that. No,
Have at her. But when your only fame and notoriety is due to the public
point.
broadcaster
Fair.
and taxpayers' money, then you don't do it. You don't do it against Trudeau. You don't do it against Mulcair. You don't do it against Harper. And I would be equally as
Or you
concerned.
do it evenly, like you're lampooning all three.
Or be
then
funny.
fine.
That's fine. At least be funny.
That is what.
Well, we can't arbitrate funniness, but at least sort of doing it equal time.
But there,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's subjective
It
to
was,
a
if it
point.
was a particular
But
show
this
where they
was
lampoon
beyond
all three.
subjective.
Yeah.
This was beyond. There was no effort to make that into humor.
That was the
Yeah,
point that
that's a fair
earlier I
comment.
tried to
Yeah.
to bring it to the table, which I was attacked viciously. And that is when you are being benefited, you take your livelihood, any form and shape that is connected to the public money.
Well,
And,
I'll take it beyond there.
I haven't finished
The
it.
great
Okay,
share.
your knife is like.
No, there's no knife here.
Okay,
Share
let me
comment.
finish. Then
You take a man's money, you
it
take his
doesn't
crap.
matter if it is municipal, if it is provincial, or if it is federal. If you are connected to the public money and use and misuse that privilege, doesn't matter if you are conservative, if you are far left, if you are far right, if you are libertarian, doesn't matter. That is by your own definition of that ad or that commercial you just described, to me, is a form of the misuse and crime.
Yes.
Okay?
I mean, it's certainly misuse of power. Yeah.
Misuse of power.
Yeah.
Now,
It was on a line.
it could be
Yeah.
borderline criminal. It could be criminal. It could be. It depends. That is
it's not
something that
criminal.
No, not
I
criminal,
mean,
but no, but
no,
it's mis-
that
to
is
get-
something that has to
No.
be dealt with.
we'd all
It
be
needs
in
to be
jail
dealt
if
with.
it
We don't
was
need to get
criminal.
so
Yeah,
twisted
yeah.
out of shape
No,
that we
yeah.
start demanding
What-
people be
what I am
dragged away in
saying is,
handcuffs.
what I'm-
But we can't repeat this down the line. We need to get a handle on what's
I haven't
happened
even
here.
started my question again. That was the description. Relax.
was the preamble.
I think you had too much Red Bull.
Red Bull, okay.
Yeah.
Preamble.
No coffee for him.
There'll be no Red Bull signs on the next
No,
show.
the point is, both side or three side in this case, they are playing the same game. You cannot exclude and say Harper is a saint with a halo on top of his head.
I haven't said anything.
No.
that's not-
I'm not you personally. I'm
No, we're talking about the CBC.
No.
Yeah,
We're talking about the
no,
CBC.
no,
Let's
no.
focus on the CBC,
No,
Bob, please.
I'm coming back.
Okay.
I said you cannot. If that Delahunty did the same thing for liberal, would you bring it up?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Come on.
Well,
Absolutely.
Well, I know,
Would you
actually,
argue with
you know
the
what?
same
The
degree of
problem with the
vehemence?
CBC.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Okay,
I
well,
would. I'm a
we may-
very
Well,
fair person.
That's a function of Red Bull.
I'm a very fair man.
I think the
I
pro-
don't like to see anybody
Yeah.
being treated. For example, yesterday I received a phone call,
Oh, sure.
a robocall
Yes.
from a city councillor who was supporting the beaches
All of a
East
sudden, we're
York
going to have a electrocution.
NDP.
Of course, this is my wire that's getting
I'm sorry.
shorter move. Great player move. As I fizzle out later in the show.
Sorry. I just electrocuted one of my opponent here. It's okay.
See, this is another way to clear the field.
That's right. We had to sorry about that.
As I make one last point
We
with
need more
it.
ammunition. We can go to a break. Go ahead. Why not
Well, I'm having a-
let Paul make his last point? We
Sorry.
make for a 5 minutes break,
Okay.
and then we come back. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course, I would be just as vehemently attacking if it were, because I've disclosed the fact that I tend to support Harper. But the fact that this attack was against Harper, if it were against May or Mulcair or Trudeau, I object to a lot of the attack ads that go on against anybody all the time on general principle because they have no value.
But Mitch said that just earlier said that the purpose of the game is to win.
Winning
Oh,
on
you
the-
said I wrong.
yeah, but-
No, that's
no,
I'm getting back to the.
You did say that.
Oh, no, I agree. I'm getting back to the
If you're
CBC.
private sector, go for it. Have
It's
at
not
it. If you're party
underestimate my
bias,
memory.
No, that's good. No, you're quite right. But I was
when
talking
you're
about
the
the
national
CBC.
when you're the national broadcaster,
all good.
I want to see an
No, he
objective.
said dirty game.
No,
that is why
but you
I
want.
want objectivity in a national
That's correct.
broadcaster. I understand that certain people from time to time are going to have their own interests at stake. They're going to have their biases, but do the same job that TVO does. Steve Paikin, when
Are
he,
you kidding me?
his bias.
Are you kidding
he
me?
does a great job of keeping
Are
his
you
bias
kidding me?
below the radar more often than not.
Absolutely, I put everything on the. I ran as a candidate. I sent and communicated with Stephen Bacon to put me as a debate. He refused number of the times.
That's not good either. That's
Hey,
horrible.
when I ran in the-
Don't tell me that he is
very
fair.
poor judgment on Stephen's part.
I'll tell you what.
You got Bauman upset. Number
Is he funded by?
Now I am
Now you're in.
Yes.
Now
Now you're in the game.
now he's
Oh
really
my God.
engaged here. Okay.
Oh, I know, fair enough in that. Because when I
No,
watched,
I mean, that was just vehemently I said
Well,
that
I
I got
see.
Can I just make one point before we go to break?
Yeah.
With CBC, my problem with it is that because it's biased, if they had a diversity of opinion, it's supposed to represent Canada. If it had more right wing, plenty left wing, more right wing commentators, right wing perspectives, conservative, and not so one bias. I would be less, vehement, less opposed. As I'm one of many thousands of thousands. I mean, there's whole groups, Facebook groups that have stopped the money train to CBC. There's thousands who hate the CBC. There are groups who love the CBC, but there's thousands who hate it as well. Defund the CBC, send it back to Siberia, all that.
I've
But
seen that.
the big problem is because they're too biased. They're supposed to be public. They're supposed to represent a variety, a diversity from, like right wing, libertarian, left wing, whatever. A variety, and they don't. It seems to be a very narrow bias, a narrow perspective, and that's what drives many of us nuts, that we're paying for this.
But the same principle as an organization such as CBC, you can compare it the same organizational characteristic, the same as a party. So you put a couple of the leaders, they are left wing, and then stifle the right wing writers or right wing reporters. And if they bring something right wing, for instance, in this case, I'm using this as an example, don't get me right and left. If there are, let's say, 20 writers or reporters in CBC that they are more reporting in the point of view of the, let's say, conservatives or right wing, and they bring it to the CBC, but they have someone sitting on top and say, oh, as a editor-in-chief, I reject that, or this one doesn't go to air, or even in Toronto Star. What you do with that?
Well, no, the analogy between a party and an organization, and a journalistic organization, I don't agree with. I think the better analogy is between CBC and other newspapers.
Any organization.
You're making, if it's okay for Harper to be single-minded, only have one single view, then CBC is trying to. No, I think
I did not.
Different games.
Hold on.
Is it different games or the same game?
Actually, no.
I did not mention
different
anything about
variations, same
Harper.
game.
Okay.
I
Certainly,
said
yeah.
any party organization that we discussed earlier about the leader is the symbol and responsible for running the whole show or being perceived as a person.
I think not quite. Let's say in
run.
an organization such as CBC.
Yeah.
I think the other thing is there's a culture within an organization. So it would have been a left-wing culture that's created. You have all these writers. Now, it's like birds of a feather, stick together. So if you're left-wing, you're going to attract more left-wing people too, and it'll become reified and become solid, etc. But I think on another level, if we look at it from a macro perspective, if we're looking at, let's say, Global or CTV in that, they're corporate interests who are financing this. CBC is unique in the sense that it is the government. So in some ways, if they weren't around, who would be representing the left, right? So on some level, they function that way. It is for sure a left-wing bias. But the thing is, it's not like they're the voice of the people, that CBC has so much more credibility than, let's say, Global or CTV. It's just one voice that people listen to.
you presume that the left doesn't have the capacity to draw money when you make that statement, though.
But
And they
who
do.
else?
The left
No,
has
do they
money.
have,
I mean,
no, but do they have another media outlet?
Toronto Star.
No,
Toronto Star's
okay, no,
left wing.
but I'm
Yeah,
talking about
exactly.
television. That's just,
Well, we're
Toronto
talking
Star.
about media in general.
But let's just say television. But television's more important than
They're off
papers.
the government.
It's a very strong. No, I'm saying, is there
They're
another?
tax dollars.
Right. It's all true.
But
But I'm
the Toronto
just.
Star is a voice for the left.
It is
and
a
private
newspaper.
organization.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a local newspaper. But what I'm saying is that.
they're doing better than the Toronto Sun, who is typically
All perhaps, but
been
newspaper
perceived to be a
compared
voice
to
for the
television
right.
is not. It's at apples to oranges. Television has far more impact and national impact.
Yet we still have more left-wing broadcast. I mean, I would not consider.
Well,
the CTV, for example, to be a right-wing broadcast.
Why don't
not
we
by a longer shot.
percolate in that issue of the...
As we drift out, and yes.
in that idea. We go
Round
for,
two.
we go for 5 minutes break.
That's fine.
You no Red Bull for you, no
Yeah,
coffee, please.
Well, at the break, exactly.
Chris, can we go for 5 minutes break? And
least,
we will come
it's a-
back,
it's a
ladies
lively
and gentlemen.
conversation.
The heat is just started.
between the two of you,
That's just the
they're
beginning.
yeah.
At the end of the night,
Cool, man.
when the
Oh, yeah,
complete
because,
weapons
honestly,
come
that's
out,
when I
then
was
you
at,
will
like,
see the final
if I
result.
was at the Adler,
Please
where
stay
everybody's
tuned.
left wing,
You need a
I'd be right wing,
break
because I'm
too,
telling you,
and
their
we'll come
level
back in
of,
5 minutes.
You know, like touchy-feely left-wingness drives me.
the best laid plans are smashed upon the rocks. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the airmen talk. I know you're probably wondering what all this talk of airmen is. Well, let me tell you the story, and I'll tell you just the way it is. I go into the driveway to see my brand new house. It was gone, it was a mess. There was nothing left, not even a mouse. There was a foggy mist around. Out came Vicky with her hair looked down. She wiggled right on up to me and kissed me on the mouth. And I thought, what a funny way to end the day. I started to walk a little funny. Talk a little funny. I started to like I feel like I'm fussing, talk a little funny, and I realized that something terrible was different. How long has this been going on? I see the airmen on the lawn. Put a wiggle in your walk. Put a signal in your talk. How long has this been going on? When your best laid plans are smashed upon the rocks. Very carefully, you can hear the airmen talk. So anyway, that's the story of what happened that day. I drove in the driveway and the airman at first was here for the very first time. Me and Vicky are still together. We're a little bit different now, but I guess we're still a little bit the same.
Thank you, folks. Sorry about that it takes a little bit longer than 5 minutes. Apparently there was too much heat in this room and the people have to cool off to sort out their minds to come back and to come to their senses, including myself. But now we are going to, we realized during the break time that we spend a lot of time for the role of media, which we came to the conclusion that no matter which side of the aisle you are staying, the media is not helping that much. So we are going to focus in this segment on the issues, especially some of the issues that brought up during this campaign and some of the issues that neglected during this campaign. Mitch was talking to me just a couple of minutes ago, the issue of the niqab and or veil or chadori or any form of the name you want to give it, which is the ladies from Muslim countries or Muslim belief. Some of them, not all of them, some of them they chose to cover their face, and the issue of the having those kind of the coverage in their face, and the contradiction of that coverage with the law of the land, especially when it comes to the issues of the, let's say, driving license, issues of the immigration and so on. Many people have different and strong opinion on both sides. So I let Mitch start to tell me what is in his mind, and then we open the panel.
Oh, thank you, Baba. I think the niqab issue, contrary to, again, some views that it was a distraction and it shouldn't have been brought up and it was irrelevant. I think it was one of the key issues of this campaign. And I think maybe a decisive at least in my mind, in the NDP falling by the wayside. Recall the NDP were at the beginning of the campaign, someone in the lead, and they were doing pretty well. And of course the base is Quebec.
NDP was
the NDP was according to polls. I don't trust the polls, but according to the polls, they were in the lead. And but recall their key base is Quebec. So I've actually written about this. So the niqab was a major issue in Quebec, and as recall
way before that.
But as you recall, how this came up during the campaign, there was a woman who had been going to court because she wanted to be able to wear her niqab in the citizen ceremony, and the federal government opposed it, and ultimately she won, but it's going to be appealed by the government, and that came up. Harper, and then he doubled down on it, which was interesting. He said, not only against wearing the niqab in a citizen ceremony, but also I'm thinking about introducing legislation, federal legislation, where if you're a public servant, you cannot wear a niqab, and if you're using the public services, you cannot wear a niqab. But he was being consistent with what was going on in Quebec, because he was Couillard, the premier, a liberal premier, I might add, was proposing legislation very similar to this in Quebec. In other words, if you want to work in the Quebec government, you cannot wear a niqab. If you want to deal with the Quebec government, you have to remove the niqab. And I guess the Quebec government was representing majority view, not only the liberals, but across the board, BQ, the separatists, PQ, whatever we call them, liberals. The majority of the people, like 80% it seemed, of Quebecers were in favor of this position of the niqab. In other words, it should be banned in certainly the public service.
Ban of niqab, you mean?
In the public service.
Yeah.
So Harper, seeing that, jumped on this, and this is and the problem with the NDP, Mulcair, and he should have known better. He's from Quebec. I'm originally from Quebec, but I'm an Anglophone in Ontario. He should have realized this was a very controversial issue. I think his view was, I think I got Quebec okay. I'm a civil libertarian. I'm going to go the other route, the more, I would call it the liberal establishment route, was there's a desire for human rights. And this person, she says, whether it's religious or not, and there's some question whether it's even religious expression because it's nothing in the Quran. She said, I have a personal right to wear the niqab, and he supported her for her personal right to do what she wanted to do. And that maybe played well like south of DuPont and the CBC and maybe here in Ontario.
Come back to the
Yeah.
GTA.
Okay, the GTA, but the liberal GTA. But the point I want to get.
A little screw.
Okay, but let me no. But that was no.
couldn't
Let me finish.
resist.
But it's get. I couldn't leave that. But the point is, in Quebec, it hurt him, and I just want to finish this. If I can just finish.
I've got a total game analysis coming up. You go
But
ahead.
it hurt him in Quebec, and let me explain. And because there's a narrative here is that's being Islamophobic. It's being anti-Islam, and you're going after the Islamic, and it's racist Islamic. That is the narrative here in Ontario. Okay, that's from the NDP, from the left, from the CBC. But in Quebec, ironically, it's not. They don't look upon it as Islamic or racist. They're saying it's part of our identity. Let me just finish this thought because it's. But in other words, personal choice is subordinate to Quebec identity. Quebec identity is French. I'm Anglophone. It's hard for me to deal with that, but we all, even Anglophones, allophones,
I know, that's why
agree.
you are here.
we realize the French fact. You have to, in other words, you may have a personal choice to speak English in the public service, but you're not going to get a job, and you want to speak English in Quebec, you can't, or you're not going to be very effective. You must speak French, because the French fact, French identity, it takes precedent over personal choice or other issues. Okay. So to use as an analogous case, she can't argue, this woman, that it's because of my personal choice to wear the niqab, that should take precedent over the state's right to its identity. And that's Quebec viewed that not only is a French fact, but they're also a value in Quebec is equality of men and women and sexual equality. And secularism. Remember, they were under, and I've written about it, for centuries under Catholicism and the shackles of Catholicism in the 60s. They threw off that. They didn't want religion in, Catholic. They didn't want religion in the bedrooms or in the state government. So the wearing of the niqab, it offends Quebec identity, and that was the issue. Quebec identity, Quebec values, and Harper realized that, and that's why he pushed this, and it destroyed the NDP in Quebec. And ironically, Mulcair did not get it, or he pursued this anti-Islamic, pro-choice thing.
So
and he lost Quebec on this issue because he missed the greater issue. It's Quebec identity that's
we will find out
Yeah.
if he lost it or
well,
not.
okay.
But what
He lost Quebec, because it's my last point is Quebec, and I think maybe even the rest of Canada view this is an element of a foreign culture who wants to impose certain values which are contrary to Quebec's identity and to Canadians' identity. Again, the identity meaning equality of men and women, sexual equality, pro-gay.
I mean of Canadians.
You understand? No,
Yes.
but I want to emphasize those
Yeah.
values. I'm against the wearing the niqab for those reasons, not because it's Islamic or racist, because it's against certain values that we hold dear in both Quebec and in Canada. That's my statement.
Let me thank you, and let me clarify, just for audience clarify. So, do you believe that bringing the issue of the niqab by conservatives in this campaign was a right move or wrong move?
That's an excellent question. I think it was the right move for a variety of reasons. I don't want to dominate.
No.
It was the right move. Yes, I'll leave it at that.
And you think the stance of the NDP was a wrong move to just oppose that because they have 60 seats in Quebec?
It was a wrong move because, it was a wrong move if he wanted to win.
Politically,
no,
yeah.
if he wanted to win, he should have thought about it a little more. He didn't realize it would hurt him in Quebec. It would hurt him his chance of. He wanted to win to become the next government. It hurt him in his base. It may have helped him with certain people thinking, oh, he's a principled man and all that.
Yeah.
And he's appealing to the principle or the conscience of NDP, and they love that.
Philosophers.
But that hurt him with the goal was to form the next government, not to be marginalized with a third party as a political conscience
Another
back.
narrative.
The reason I brought that was a specific question because of the political.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I want your view.
As a self-confessed philosopher,
Yeah,
let me
you're
respond
right.
to this. Right move 100%.
Right move from where?
From the Conservatives. Great game move. Because basically they're setting up a rabbit hole that the NDP couldn't possibly go down. The moment they introduced that, the NDP, by literally what it stands for, has no place to go on that issue. They were cornered. So it's not about, they had no move. Because if he does, let's say if Mulcair does go against it, Now he's placed himself outside of basically his main platform. He's not only the platform, but the main philosophy of the whole party.
And your caucus.
And his caucus and
Yeah.
everything. So in other words, it's impossible. They knew that going in. And so it burned him in Quebec. That was the objective. But it wasn't a mistake. It was basically expected. Now, I think, too, that when we look at people and, let's say, how they respond to this issue, it's a visceral response. There's nobody out there who doesn't have a very quick response to this. And then, of course, being Canadians, we have to present it as being morally justified. But for instance, in Quebec, which probably is strongly influenced by France, and I spent some time living in France, the Muslim issue there is loud and clear. I mean, it is major. It's in your face, let's say near Toulouse where I was. And the thing about that is the attitude towards it is very strong attitude. I mean, very few people are for it. And taking the jobs.
In Quebec alone?
Oh, well,
or
no,
just
let's say in
general
France. In France. And the thing is, if you look at the average Frenchman, per se, as opposed to the Anglos, we have views and then we have to sort of sugarcoat it and explain why. The French don't think that way. The French basically have a view and that's it. They don't like the...
So this program is not a very
well,
good
no,
program over there.
well, no. I mean, they might be amused by it, but the thing I think which is also key about this whole Muslim issue is that's just the tip of the iceberg. The whole Muslim, I think the Muslim quote-unquote religion, and I remember this Muslim or Islam scholar was explaining to me the nature of the Quran and everything, and one of the things that really became apparent was, unlike other religions, I think Islam is a social blueprint, is built into the religion. Hard-coded, right?
Okay.
Now that then creates all kinds of problems with democracy. So we're going to see, let's say this will be the precedent. This will be the first issue. But it won't be the last. Because if we actually start to explore the Quran, the various details, and we actually sort of juxtaposition them against our basic, like sort of our general morality which underlies our democracy, it is so vastly different that
It's like
incredible.
a different issue of the Sharia law and all
Sharia
of that,
law, incredibly
becomes-
enough, let's say, with respect to the banking and everything like that, it actually makes a lot of sense and is to a large extent consistent. When I say it's not that the other stuff doesn't make sense. The point is it's fairly consistent. A lot of the Sharia law, let's say with respect to banking, quite interesting. And certainly consistent with our values. But when you get into other things, such as the treatment of women and all these kinds of things, which are
That was
also
my point,
represented by this veil, because it's not just the veil, it's also the attitude towards women and everything that goes with that. That now creates a kind of Pandora's box. Once we've got
Totally.
that issue, it's going to just go. And so right now, on the election, it's sort of as a good play, bang, we tie up the NDP. But what's going to happen after the election? Let's just say the Conservatives get in and then they're sort of going on. Then there's going to be a backlash that they're going to have to then deal with. Because this is a huge issue, I think, for all countries right now in the world.
Before I go to Paul, because I want to have the both,
Yeah.
and then we open the panel for the challenges. Based on what it said already, this move by Conservatives is immediately happened after they hired that wedge guy from Australia, the campaign manager, I forgot his name. That they brought him in for a few weeks, and the first thing he did, because in Australia they had similar technique and situation, whether or not it's a good political move or not, I want to have the Paul's take on that. Do you think bringing the foreign campaign manager anyway, because I just earlier mentioned about the Obama campaign manager for the Liberals, and now in this case Australian campaign manager for Conservative. Is it a good move in general?
Can I first address something, because I would like to speak to the narrative that you presented that we've discussed, and I think both these gentlemen have actually fully articulated what happened and why it was a good move. But the premise was that the Conservatives made this an issue, and they certainly did bring it up. And I noticed that in the mainstream media, and that's been a big topic of discussion for us tonight, it was presumed, and the narrative was that this was a Conservative issue. However, the anti-Harper media kept bringing up the niqab issue. They're the ones who kept it alive. They chose to keep writing about it. I think because they're out of touch with what is happening outside of the urban centers, where there is some sympathy for the niqab. So to suggest that was driven by the Conservatives, I don't think the Conservatives drove this agenda. I don't think the Conservative Party.
But they introduced it.
They surely did.
Middle of the
But I
campaign.
think the reason it was pursued, because they also tried to pursue that Trudeau's co-campaign chair had to resign because he was lobbying for an oil company at the same time. But that somehow doesn't make the front page and isn't a big story. If it were Harper, it would have been front page news, big story. The niqab, I think, is an issue that was continuously dragged out by the mainstream because they thought it, because they are so out of touch with rural Canadians who don't relate to it, who don't have any compassion for what is, in my view, a misogynist tribal practice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is your view. It is not the view of the
No, it's not. That's why that's why I'm not stating it as though it's a fact. But they're naming that this as though this was a Harper agenda. In fact, I think what happened was, I think that the media, who were always after their gotcha moment, thought they had a gotcha moment against Harper on this one, and it turns out that a lot of Canadians happen to agree that the niqab does represent misogyny, is a tribal practice and not, in fact, an expression of freedom of religion. We saw an example of that last week when a woman was happy to take her niqab off to swear her citizenship,
we are,
and yet
am
her
not-
husband demanded that it be worn.
No, we shouldn't even touch that thing because it is social, cultural, religious
Well,
issue.
your background is from Iran.
I was born in Iran. I was.
Yeah.
And how many women are wearing the niqab in Iran?
In the time of the Shah?
I mean now.
A lot of them.
All of them?
No, it is mandatory. No, in Iran, you see, that is why I don't want to get to that this discussion.
Why not?
Hold on a second. I'm explaining you if you let me. You're not letting me to finish my statement.
Okay.
And the reason for that is because if we want to sit and talk about the cultural, religious, and social issues, which is intertwined with each other, we have to spend another 7 days here.
Well,
But having said that, in answer to your question, as John mentioned, that there is a cultural fabric is incepted in the religion of Islam. But one thing that Westerners don't know, that cultural inception is vary from country to country. If you go to Pakistan, that cultural part of the religion is different than in Iran or in Iraq or in Cairo or in Bangladesh. Therefore, if you put everything under one banner, you are making a big mistake, because if you go to Afghanistan, the women who are religious, they don't put niqab, they put a burqa.
Oh, yeah.
And burqa is completely cover the whole body. But if you go to Iran, they have to cover only the hair. So they don't cover the face. If you go to Saudi Arabia, they have niqab, the ones that we are discussing here. So if that education is not there, by the way, I was born in a Muslim family, but by the age of 22, I chose to be agnostic. So I am not one way or another for any religion. That is my choice. If you want to be Christian, it's your choice, that's fine. My choice is to question everything. But having the niqab and portrayed, as you eloquently put it, that the media just push it to the people. Niqab, niqab, niqab.
I think they had
Okay.
I think they thought they had a gotcha moment because they were appealing to their base.
No, I understand that, but at the same token, based on what Mitch just explained, they shoot themselves in the foot on the left.
Yes.
Because if media comes and push it for the liberals, and hoping that half the left portion of the NDP already, based on what you just said, lost in that game. We don't know. We will see at the end of the night.
You know, I'm just thinking, one problem with with Islam is that nobody has, literally, not the guts, but also the craziness politically, to be logically consistent with their viewpoint. On the right, if they take it far enough, basically, Islam would
Saudi.
almost be, Islam
Saudi.
would be effectively outlawed.
Yes, it's
Right?
Saudi.
Right? It's like, if it's taken to its logical extreme. If you go from the left and you take it to the logical extreme and say everybody should, then basically you're going to have to allow burqas, you're going to allow basically every tribal behavior, and it's just unmanageable. And I think one of the problems too with this whole dialogue is that the sort of political correctness of the middle, which is what both sides have to compete for to win, doesn't allow for either side to actually completely be honest about their viewpoint. They have to basically hold back.
Of course,
both sides.
it's
Exactly. So it's a kind of false argument with both sides sort of playing. So it's almost like a game of, where you're boxing, but you've got such sort of these huge 1-pound gloves, and you're sort of pretending to hit each other, but not really.
It's an excellent point.
Yeah.
I mean, in defense again of the right,
Yeah.
I mean, I think Harper has tried to not to be put in that right wing that we're racist, Islamophobic.
Yeah.
He sort of tried to limit, and you see various articles, even by other Muslims, to radical Muslim terrorism or political Islam. Not like, in other words, not the whole billion people, or we maybe have 100 million or something. Right, no, I'm not. I mean, he's not 100, but we have 1 million here in Canada, say, for example. So it's not like the Conservatives are against, that'd be like death. Political suicide. We're against the whole Muslim religion. We are concerned about a certain segment within it. Like it's a radical Muslim terrorist, or is it the segment that are treating women in an unequal fashion? That's the point. In other words, to try to limit, not like to make it, because you're saying theological, they ban Islam, or the left is like anything goes. So like Harper, and I think maybe the middle is trying to say, and this is what they're saying in Quebec, is what's our identity? We got to like limit. In other words, this is actually, and maybe the left, and who knows, the Liberals, if they do win and the media is successful, they painted Harper in a box after he's painted NDP Mulcair in a box on this. Is that he went too far? They're saying. I've read this. The National Post, supposedly a right-wing newspaper, said he went too far. He doubled down. He, the barbaric practices tip line. It went too far. It turned off the middle. It turned off the blue Tories, or or the red Tories who would come, or the undecided. He went too far. So maybe he's going to lose, as Mulcair loses, and Trudeau's going to survive on this. So it's a really
trying to
interesting
take
issue.
the middle. Basically, it's a game of taking the middle.
But it's a good question. Should have then the question, should have Harper have gone this far? Should he have done it? Some people say he shouldn't have. I think he was the greater picture. He's trying to say that what it is to be a Canadian. I think that's a lot with like the campaign. After 10 years, people are sort of bored. That time for change. And Harper just to say, well, I manage the economy well, and lower taxes and balanced budget. I don't think that goes far enough. I think he tried to, with this. I think it was not just being tactical. I think he really believed it. It's saying we want to talk what it is to be a Canadian, and that's the point. And it became emotional for the right wing, for the base, saying, what it is to be a Canadian is that we have to do it. The red line is. We want women to be treated equally, and we believe in sexual equality. We don't believe women should be covering up because it makes men uncomfortable that they want to rape them if they're exposed. That seems to be some of the genesis of the
and
kneecap
I think that's
situation.
problematic. I mean, exactly to your point, because sorry.
Are you sure he is downstairs?
I believe so. He's called me.
Okay, I already told. I'm sorry, I just interrupt because I don't guess it. But before, can you hold your thoughts for a second?
I'll try to remember.
That is why I brought the issue of even our officials, the people who are in government. Doesn't matter again. You can put NDP members, you can put conservative, liberal, green. Doesn't matter. If you do not know the gamut. Cultural gamut of the either religion or a society. It's very difficult to contain the whole concept in 1 or 2 words. I am in English. I am very handicapped. I am handicapped in English. I don't have a good vocabulary or grammar for that matter. However, for instance, when you use the words like barbaric.
Okay, sorry.
Barbaric.
That you know.
No. Okay. The point is when you say barbaric,
Yes.
if you go to Roman, ancient Roman, barbaric was anyone non-Roman.
Okay.
But when you put barbaric in the connotation of the word today, is someone who has machete in hand and is running with a horse and trying to cut the head of the people off. So using those kind of the word in the legal system could be. You drop your microphone. Those kind of the words, when you use it without having complete knowledge of the gamut of the culture intertwined with the religion, could be fired back. Doesn't matter which stripe you are in.
But you bring up the word religion. When
I
we're
didn't
talking,
bring it up. You
you
guys
ju-
brought
you
it
just
up.
said religion, and
You
we're talking about
we
the
brought the
niqab.
burqa.
And
I didn't bring anything.
Well, the
about religion.
burqa is another example. Is this not a tribal?
Have you seen some of the Jewish men that they have burqa?
Oh no, in terms
How would
I know
I
you want to get into. Okay. Well, we can
How
talk
would I
about.
know?
No, we can talk. We
No,
can
I'm
talk
just
about.
being
No,
facetious.
no,
No,
but that's
no.
the point. But
But-
no, but
but
let's. You should finish
yes,
your
yeah,
comment.
Well, when I thought about the burqa, and I remember hearing on we talked about them earlier. CBC, it was Andy Barry's program, and a woman was talking about the burqa and how it protects her from rape and how she supports the burqa. This is some years ago, and that statement went unchallenged, and I was a little disappointed because I don't think that men should be allowed to rape women simply because they're not wearing a burqa.
Even women should not allow
But
to
so
rape
so
men.
to hear that kind of statement really shocked me. However, and to have it go unchallenged. But I thought about, because I do perceive personally the niqab, face covering, and the burqa as being misogynistic. I think this is anti-women. My opinion may not be, maybe, but I do hear women saying, I like it, that is my choice, it's my choice. I would personally think that maybe they're suffering from some form of brainwashing or Stockholm syndrome.
That is
However,
very
that's-
strong a stand when you take
Well,
it.
it's
because
subjective,
you,
and
no, because you are
But
not
mine,
inputting the culture.
Yeah,
and
and
stuff.
and Baman, when
Yeah.
I make a statement like that,
Yeah.
I'd like to certainly complete the thought,
Sure.
because for goodness sakes, I'm putting
I'm
myself
doing exactly what you did.
I'm putting myself out there by making that statement, that's how I perceive it. I personally perceive it that way. And I always think of the woman flying into Toronto Pearson, wearing her burqa, coming from a country which mandates it, a place like Saudi Arabia, hoping for the landing and believing that she's coming to a new world, to a new life, to new freedom, only to find out that we're going to allow her to be oppressed the way she was oppressed in the country that she came from, and how disappointing that is. And when I hear of a story as the one I did last week, where the woman said, of course I'll lift my veil for my citizenship. No problem. And her husband had to be restrained and taken into another room while she quietly went out and lifted her veil and swore her citizenship. I think, who do we protect? I think our laws are there and are to protect the people who can't protect themselves.
Well, my point is not even. You see, I just make a comment and then I.
Will you address the point that I made?
Yes, yeah. You see, my problem personally is not the issue of the burqa for sake, as I said. If you don't have the complete knowledge of the cultural variety in any, it's like if you go in, let's say in Saudi and go to shirtless. Of course, you will be subject of the scrutiny.
Of course.
I understand that.
Well.
So that is why I'm saying there is always two point of view, two sides to each coin. But my problem generally, my difficulty to understanding bringing these issues to this kind of the campaign environment is bringing one or two or three instances like what you describe and make it as a symbol of the overall or a symbol of the overall, the whole population or a community. It's like if I see someone is Iranian and is bad, and I say, oh, all Iranians are bad because I saw that guy stole something. Therefore, all of the logic of that is not acceptable to me.
So you're saying it's specious of me to say that if one woman is being forced or compelled culturally or tribally or whatever to wear a burqa, or a niqab,
Don't spin it on that
Then
way.
we don't-
No. That
No,
was
no,
not
listen,
what I
listen.
said. That was not what I. What I said. Your argument to run a law based on 1, 2, 3 instances is flawed.
how do we protect those women then?
How do you know they want the protection?
Well,
you haven't
no,
inquired
no, but
that.
hold on, Bauman, here's another thing.
Yeah.
Laws, I guess, reflect the culture. And I guess the key thing and
There's a
our
social
identity.
aspect.
And if you choose, like, if you choose to come to Canada,
Mm-hmm.
you know, we are against, it's considered barbaric, and I'll use that word,
yeah.
genital mutilation.
Yes.
We're against honor killing. Now, someone would say, well, we always have laws against that, but no, it's...
Oh,
these
that
are-
argument is valid.
No,
That
but
argument is valid.
it comes cultural. It reflects us. If we believe it's a symbol of oppression, then, and our laws reflect that, then someone coming to, and that's why it all started with the citizen ceremony, and before you come, there's all these citizen guides,
went through
you know,
all of
so
that,
all
yes.
that, you know, the citizen guide. So if you're coming, this is our culture, this is who we are, this is our identity. We don't want you to bring we could bring your culture, but aspects of your culture which offends our culture, our identity,
Yes.
we want you to keep that back there. If you're going to come here, there's certain things we don't want you to bring in, maybe infect, if you will, our culture. I know it's getting, but
No,
you know,
actually, I agree with
we
that.
believe in equality. Let's make it equality of men and women, to be very specific. If you believe in women should be third-class citizens and treated as chattel, and you know, and they're better not seen or heard, should stay in the house, and if they go out uncovered, they should be raped, gang raped. That's not our culture. We don't agree with that. If you agree with that, that's contrary. It's contrary to our laws, or it should be contrary to our laws and our procedures. So, in a sense, what this means is, like Harper, to his credit, and even Collier in Quebec, a liberal, I might add, taking a stand on Quebec. Like identity in Quebec is huge.
No,
Yeah,
I realize
more so than
worked
pocketbook
there, I worked
issues.
there, I know
They're
that.
more concerned about
Their language,
identity
their nationalistic value.
as
I
opposed
understand
to
that.
money and
You know, I understand. In
So-
1995, we had all of those.
Exactly. So, but Canadian, not the rest of Canada are not that, you know, like, oh, Quebec identity, and the rest of Canadians are really not interested. We also did that, and we become more nationalistic. This is again what Harper's done. More. Who are we? You allude to. We don't want to be where, like France, where there's suburbs where it's a no-go zone if you're not Muslim, and they have their own laws and own ways of administering justice.
Well, we
right?
get, we get
But
to
I think
that.
we're running into the whole issue of multiculturalism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I like to.
Yes.
Exactly, because I think
yeah.
the problem is it's just like every idea is not an absolute. When you have a sort of this philosophical base, it's sort of grace, and what happens is that it's just like, for instance, if you're Afghanistan, there are all these tribal practices, no doubt.
Yes.
Then what happened was the Islam came in, and it had to then overlay over these tribal practices, and then somehow the two, you know, merge together. Just to pick an example, Afghanistan as opposed to another place,
Well,
right?
I study in
So,
Afghanistan.
so now what you have is a situation where you've got sort of a social plus a moral, and the two are fused together, and they can't be completely contradictory because it won't work. So we have this unique situation in the world where we're basically saying we're going to do this social experiment where we're not going to actually define a society as a culture. We are
Okay.
going to now do the opposite. We're going to be the unculture. We're going to now take everybody. But the problem with that is it's against basically the social DNA of human beings. There is a certain point at which you basically won't, you just sort of say no more. Like an example, I'm up in Hillhurst, let's say in North Toronto, and just driving my car, and then a woman in a blue, which I guess is Afghanistan, blue burqa, is getting into her car. And I have a visceral reaction. And that's the reality. Before I go into any kind of morality about it, there is this weird feeling that, my God, they're here. Like an invasion of something that is completely other, right? And that is how we're going to respond first. And then after that, as Canadians, we think of ourselves as rational, and therefore we're going to have to look to our reasoning to find a reason not to. Whereas I bet in Quebec, they're not looking so hard. But I think it also calls into question the bigger question of, and I think this is where Harper actually in a way is doing us a service, because he's kind of saying, okay, before we used to be defined as not American. You go to Europe, you're not American, right?
Yeah.
But now the moment you start to flip it around and say, who are we? It becomes problematic, because the moment you do that, you're now going right against multiculturalism. And I think that's exactly the dilemma that we found ourselves in.
Can I brought up a series online this issue of multiculturalism,
Yeah.
and I always put it on the quote, in the quote. And the reason for that is, even though I am an immigrant, one of the reasons I am here because I did not want to have either by choice or by obligation or by circumstances, I did not want to have that culture that I was living in to follow me here.
Exactly. Pizza.
Hello?
Okay, bye-bye.
Are we okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
the pizza's here.
Oh no, I finished that statement and we go out.
Okay,
It's okay?
sorry.
And I have repeatedly said one of the culprits for this issue that all of you are bringing up about the niqab or different culture and bringing their culture here is governments. Because provincially and federally, they spend millions of dollars under the pretext of the multiculturalism. And instead of focusing to integration of the newcomers with the Canadian culture or Canadian society, they try to ghettoize them and put them in their corner by giving them money. Okay, if you are Italian, go have your little Italy, we will give you that. If you are Greek, go do that. If you are Iranian, go do that. If you are a Muslim, go do that. Everybody has this corner. And our governments, both federally and provincially, regardless of the stripe, liberal or NDP or conservatives, they help to this matter to get they get more isolated. Then all of a sudden, if one of them comes out and bring one of these issues that it is so-called against of what is the belief of the Canadian is, then we have a problem.
I'd very much like to weigh in on this. Traditionally,
We have to go,
Traditionally, Canada had policies of assimilation. It was under Pearson, and then it was really promoted under Trudeau, that we went from an immigration policy of assimilation to a policy of accommodation. Now, by and large, when we had immigrants coming from Poland and India and parts of Africa,
we have 109 countries.
well,
in Canada.
but it's germane because we didn't have what we have now. What we had now is people who have essentially the same kind of values that established Canadians already had. So even though they were encouraged not necessarily to assimilate into Canadian society, but there was an amount of tolerance because the accommodation was there, the cultural accommodation. Now we're faced with a new wave of immigration, not from Poland, not from India, but from countries like Saudi Arabia, or with the refugees potentially coming from Syria, where they may have radically different views than we do.
Which is exactly
And
my
this
point.
is what we're talking about.
And
and
who
we have
helps
to now.
them?
So it's no longer good enough for Canadians to hide their heads in the sand and say we accommodate, we tolerate everyone. We have
I
to
don't believe
identify
no,
who we are and what are our values,
I don't believe
and stand by
Canadians-
them, or we're going to lose them.
I don't believe Canadians at any time hide their head and try to.
Oh, I think they've been doing that forever. Come on.
Listen, Canadian culture, as I just alluded to just an hour ago, I said is a very polite culture. A lot of things maybe they don't say it, but they think about it because they want to.
So you
keep,
mean passive aggression?
But you can call it that way. Yes.
I would.
Yes, but the point is, but they never cease to be a fighter.
But this speaks
They,
back.
but their fight is different way. Is not.
I'm agreeing with Paul. Like,
This-
this is maybe we should go for a break, but this is a huge issue because I agree with Paul. The argument is, well, why are these people coming are no different from Jews who were coming, after World War II, or Italians or Irish, but there are differences, and I think, and maybe it's more complex, and I think it's a problem. I'm not saying.
Of course, it is a problem.
I'm not saying
I agree
the whole.
I
Not,
just said what is
again,
the
not the whole
problem.
religious group, but
But I
there are
think
certain elements that, are unlike previous generation. We're using Jewish people, they spoke Yiddish, I read somewhere, and they had different values, and, they were offensive. Or Italians were known as bomb throwers and communists, but, we had no problem assimilating them. We should have no problem assimilating, like, Syrian refugees or something, who are coming, some of them may be like radical militants who are more dangerous or more offensive to our culture, and maybe we're changing as well. We're not as tolerant. In other words, if you believe in everything, you believe in nothing. We're deciding to say, what are our values? What do we stand for? And what don't we stand for? And what do we oppose? So I think it's sort of a combination. There's maybe there is a class of civilizations that's happening.
Of course.
So maybe that's
so
part and parcel.
we put your last word.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, around 8 o'clock will be I assume it will be the polls will be closing, and we have about 14 minutes. We leave you for 14 minutes and we come back at 8 o'clock. So we get this gentleman a little bit time to cool down again, like a last break, because too much adrenaline is not a good thing to have in one night. So I will see you in 15 minutes at 8 o'clock. Chris, can we go for a break? Thanks a lot.
We're done.
I really like the dark touch. You can be yourself in the dark. Don't stop, just run.
In the pre-dawn darkness of August 26, 1929, in the back bedroom of a small house in Torrance, California, a 12-year-old boy sat up in bed listening. Growing ever louder, growing ever louder, growing ever louder. It was a huge, heavy rush, suggesting immensity, a great parting of air. It was coming from directly above the house. space. It was putting out the stars. Blackness of the space it inhabited. It was not a great presence, a great absence. A geometric ocean of darkness, darkness. It seemed to swallow heaven itself. He was transfixed. He could feel the rumble. He would say, fearfully beautiful. Smothered in unnatural darkness, shivering with sound, shivering with sound.
dark, don't you, Michael? You can be yourself in the dark. But you know, there's one dark place.
Won't turn it on, but
After when?
Are we on?
Like all this time.
I'm saying, yeah.
Do you want me to leave?
No, just waiting for this.
What?
He's here.
He's our.
You really like the dark, don't you? You can be yourself in the dark.
Don't stop, just run. Don't stop, just run. Don't stop, just run. Don't stop, just don't stop, don't stop.
You really like the dark, don't you?
on. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you being with us. We came back after having a little bit of snack, and now we are fresh. And we lost one of our guests because he had to go to another event, which is election night. The mere fact that this gentleman stayed with us that long is quite amazing. Not only that, we didn't let that seat to be empty. We brought another guest, Richard, who I'm going to thank you very much for being here and coming here and accepting again. You are the shortest period of time you received that invitation. I think last night I sent you that invitation.
Mitch actually spoke to me about it last week, so I was.
Mitch the spy. So can you just introduce yourself with the full name and a little bit background about yourself so people know who they are listening to?
Sure, do point a camera there. My name's Richard Klagsbrunn. I'm a consultant, a writer. You can sometimes read some of the things I write in national publications. Former Hollywood executive, worked for companies like Participant Media, where I helped develop the marketing model that Al Gore used for An Inconvenient Truth. So all sorts of.
So you are part of the problem.
I am the problem. Yes, I'm the problem.
Well, I was hoping to get you to connect me to some of those people in Hollywood, but now that you said Al Gore, I don't want to be.
Well, Al Gore's not in Hollywood quite as much as he used to be. Well, he still goes along.
Thank you for coming back here.
My pleasure. Oh.
As you know, it is it's past 8, and we noticed that some of the election results are coming from East, and apparently so far, although it's not conclusive, Liberals have a little bit more upper hand than the two other parties. But it's too bad the media does not show a smaller party that how they doing or something that is unfortunate. But we were talking about that. Now coming back to the now that we are talking about election result, about the candidates themselves. Let's put the party aside. Candidates themselves. You two are core concept. By the way, Richard, I didn't ask you, what is your belief system? Are you far end, one side, or you're in middle? Or
I just look at issues on a one-by-one basis. I wouldn't really put myself in any specific specific ideological camp, because I'm I think each issue has to be examined on its own merits rather than saying, okay, I'm a conservative, therefore I'm going to support this because it's a conservative issue, or I'm a liberal because I'm going to support this because it's a liberal issue.
At least you can talk to these two guys. So, now, coming back to the point of the candidates themselves. Let's say I personally live in Toronto Danforth, and we have a Green candidate who was here in this office. By the way, where I sent invitation, as I said earlier, multiple invitations to all of the candidates, but only Green candidate showed up, and my friend John Richardson, who runs for the PC Progressive Canadian, which is still Mr. Singler Stevens, former minister at the time of the Mulroney, leading that
Sinclair
party.
Stevens, sure.
So we have the 6 candidates. 1 or 2 of them showed up. 2 of the less important one in the sense of the voting, and the main ones didn't, and they didn't want even to accept. Even though a couple of them they know me personally, but they didn't want to come to this show for whatever reason they had. My question from all of you is, one by one, if you find yourself in your riding, in your electoral district, that you like the candidate A, but the candidate A is not representative of the party that you support, would you vote for that?
You want to look at Richard first?
It's an issue that I'm glad you asked, because it ties into something that's very, very important about this particular election, and that is, first let me answer your question, and it depends. It depends on who the leader of the party is, how much I do or don't want that person to either be in power or not in power as a leader. We're talking about the national leader, as opposed to how particularly good a representative a local candidate is and who they're running against. I'll give you an example. It's not my riding, but one with which I'm intimately familiar, the new riding of Fort York Spadina.
So you're just in the corner.
Yeah, we're in the corner here. It's this riding.
Yeah.
I grew up in what was Trinity Spadina years and years ago. And you've got, in that particular race, the 2 front runners are Olivia Chow and Adam Vaughan.
That's correct.
And it's going to be a close race. I've met both of them. I've only met Olivia Chow once or twice, Adam Vaughan a number of times. Adam Vaughan is a very, very competent representative. He's good at representing his constituents. He's a smart guy. If, despite the fact that I may not necessarily want Justin Trudeau to be Prime Minister of Canada, I would not hesitate to vote for Adam Vaughan if I lived in that riding, because he's a very good representative, and he's also something else that's very important in a politician. You don't see it as much as we need to or like to. He's honest. And not all of the people running for public office are. I'm pretty confident Adam Vaughan is an honest man, honest politician. So.
Did you vote for him?
I don't live in that riding, so...
You don't?
No, I'm just giving you an example.
Oh, I thought you live in that riding.
No, I'm just giving you an example.
I was hoping to get your secret ballot.
No.
I disagree with Adam Vaughan just about every day of the week on just about every issue. But I remember Adam Vaughan speaking when he was looking for his first term in office. And he spoke on term limits and said 2 and out, 2 and out. And he's true to that. So by and large, I'd have to agree, even though... you may like Adam. Adam and I don't get along, but he's an honest man. Yeah. I'll give him that.
Do you vote for someone who is not representative of your party?
I often do. I like you. I live in Toronto Danforth.
Yes.
And although I personally would like to see a Harper government elected, I understand that in Toronto Danforth that's not an option. I have, but we're actually in pretty good shape there. We have, as you mentioned, the PC candidate.
Yeah.
We have a half-decent NDP MP in Craig Scott. And the Liberal candidate I met last week.
And the keyword is half, huh?
Pardon me?
The keyword is half.
Half. Well, the key word is half, like half decent.
Well, sure, because ideologically, I just don't see eye to eye with fundamentally with the NDP, and the Liberals. I don't see fundamentally eye to eye with them either. But I had a wonderful evening with their candidate last week, and I wish her all the success in the world. Now how I voted is between me and the ballot box, but I will say that that NDP candidate, if she can wrestle Toronto Danforth from the NDP, which is almost impossible, it's one of those dyed-in-the-wool NDP ridings, good for her. She's earned it because she's worked harder than anybody. And I am no Liberal supporter. However, she's a fine candidate. She's a fine person. Her team has worked their butts off to try to get her elected. And when I was at an event with her last week and Dennis Mills was there speaking, she spoke to what she would bring to the riding more than what the party would bring, more than what Justin Trudeau brings to the table. She's not riding on Justin Trudeau's coattails. She's running in Toronto Danforth because she wants to be the MP for Toronto Danforth.
John?
I would say the federal. Mainly because the local issues are not something that I'm even particularly aware of or really that important to me, per se. Or not so that I'm not particularly aware of them. I'm much more aware of the federal issues, and therefore that becomes really what guides me.
Yeah, I'm
not saying that's the ideal thing to do, but
I know, but you prefer to vote for the party line rather
well, that's what I end up doing.
End up doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
And you yourself?
I think that's. I sort of agree with John. See, one of the few times we do, but I think, especially, but there's no but. I agree. I agree with you. However, no, I agree with you because not but. Typically, in the federal level, a lot of there's only certain things a local politician could do on a federal basis, like immigration or unemployment, and if I don't need his services, then I'm looking upon him as more representative of what the party stands for and who the leader is. So unless this is a cabinet minister who who's in a particular position that is doing great work and you could see making a difference, I'd be voting for him. But typically most are not in cabinet and they're backbenchers and they represent the party. So I essentially would be voting for the leader and what the party stands for. So I think quick answer there. Right.
Thanks a lot. And
actually, if I could hijack it back for a second, because there was something I wanted to segue into from that discussion that's very important, that hasn't been discussed, I think, enough about this election. And what will happen is if there's a change in government, there's a proposal that will change fundamentally the way that we have governments in Canada, and that is the fact that both the Liberals and the NDP have promised to bring in proportional representation.
Like they really will.
Well, they might. I mean, and Trudeau's with those types of promises, I'd be more inclined to think the NDP would do it than the Liberals.
Yeah.
But they both made it cornerstone promises of their campaigns.
Yeah.
And I think it's a
when was the last time a Liberal ever kept a promise?
They do it from time to time, so you have to be careful.
But then you're arguing against your previous point in a way that's such a hot issue. And then let's say, if given that issue, and then you were saying at the same time, if I recall, that your voting is much more guided by the local candidate.
It depends. There are a variety of factors involved depending on who the local candidate is, who the national leader is. So, I mean, given
that issue,
given that issue, okay, in North Spadina, Fort York, for example, you have a choice between spoiling your ballot, voting for Adam, or voting for Olivia. That's because either Adam Chow or Adam Vaughan or Olivia Chow is going to win that.
So it's kind of moot point. Both of them are on that side.
Or a choice if you.
Yeah, but in terms of this issue, I think it's very important to discuss because with proportional representation, you have a system. You have a system where you have people who are going to be sitting in Parliament that can't even manage to win a plurality in their own areas where people know them best, and the people that are proponents of it who say it's more democratic, I don't think quite understand, or a lot of the people who support it don't quite understand the fact that in fact is less democratic because you have political parties choosing people sitting in the legislature rather than individual voters, and
we were discussing that issue just before your arrival, and that is one of the fundamental problems. But Mitch was saying that it does not being resolved by changing the electoral system. It has to be changed much more fundamentally through the educating people and through the participation of the public.
Whose responsibility is it to educate the public so that they give a damn about who governs them? Whose responsibility really is that?
Why are you upset?
But is it an education?
I'm a little frustrated because I'm sick and damn tired of hearing people tell me that it's, as a candidate, my responsibility when I was running in the municipal to educate them as to who the sitting councillor is, and that these sitting
Why
councillors
not?
sit
Why
for
is
30
not
years.
is not part of your job?
No, my job's to try to get elected.
Oh,
Because I
then
see-
we come back to the success rate.
Well, that's during a campaign. What about after the
Yeah,
campaign?
after that, doesn't matter. You see, you get elected. You just said an hour
It
ago.
is up
an
to
hour,
the
an hour
indiv-
ago.
I'm going to interrupt you
No,
as you just
yeah,
interrupted me
yeah,
before I'd finished my thought. I was deflected. It is not up to the media. It's not the private media. Maybe the public sector media should be responsible for it, but it's not up to the private sector media. It's not up to the parties. It's not up to the candidates. It's up to the individual to bloody well get informed and up to date on what's going on and who you're voting for. And if you don't know, then don't be surprised when you're hoodwinked down the road. Because
So-
for Christ's sakes.
So you prefer to live in a society that your destiny is being decided
By
those-
myself.
No, hold on. By
Everybody in
those-
this room got out there
I
and
haven't
learned.
finished. By those people who were supposed to be responsible for their own education, but they chose not to because they are in the majority.
I mean, well, that's a presumption that you'll make.
No,
I don't
it is-
know.
No, it is.
But your
his basic
presupposes that.
but
fair
he-
enough, fair enough. And,
No, but
and
he's
yes,
in a-
I did see a lot of people when I knock on doors saying to me, well, who's the sitting councillor? Well, you had the same councillor for a dozen years, and you don't even know who your councillor is.
Whose failure is that?
It's theirs. It's the individuals. They have they have access to the internet. They have access to the
What we're
newspaper
talking
and the
about is
radio.
actually we're talking maybe fundamental
Well,
ideologies.
there's a failure on a
Okay,
number
that's-
of
okay, that's-
number of fronts, though. It's a failure on. I agree. Primarily, it's a failure on the part of the individual. People have responsibility to themselves to find out what their system of government is, who's representing them. If they want to be responsible citizens, people should know that. But we also know people aren't going to do that. Which, again, speaking of things proposed. Changes that may
They're
come
children then. They're children.
Well, whether or not they are not, that's the way things are. But that's
Not the
another one of
first
the
to make
proposed
that
changes that
statement.
the Liberals are talking about is mandatory voting, which is another thing I personally don't think is a
Oh
great
yeah,
idea.
please, yeah, show up and just vote
Because-
for whomever because
Yeah,
you're obliged
forcing
to.
low
Yeah, that's
information
great.
voters to
Australia,
go
I
to a
think,
poll
has
Yeah,
and pick
it's
someone
absurd.
without knowing anything about the issues is not going to produce better government.
No, please, if you don't know, don't vote.
Yeah, it becomes meaningless voting.
Some organizations in this election, that the issue of they started to create these shadow websites. 3 or 4 of them I'm aware of. One of them had a gentleman by the name of David Berlin who registered recently latest federal party called Bridge, and he told me about shadowelection.ca, that the people go and they put their name or whatever and they vote what they plan to vote. That has nothing to do with the actual voting. So that way they can see how the result of the vote turns out, and maybe some people use it as an strategic voting, maybe use it as a change of the mind or whatever. Since it is the issue of the education, and education is not the matter, but again, I want to get back to the philosophy of that. We live in a society consists of millions of people. And these millions of people, large number of them go and cast their votes. And among them, large number of them, they are uneducated when it comes to the governing body and system that they live under.
Absolutely.
And those the decision decide the policies that are made by electing government that impacts you and I. You cannot, as an individual in the society, sit aside and say, damn with them, they have to go and check with that, because the number of those people is much larger than you and I, and their decision counted at the end of the night tonight.
Equally.
Equally. Yeah. But you get one, and there is 10 other people that are not educated as you are.
Actually, I disagree with you.
One of your mission statements.
I disagree. I disagree.
Yeah.
I think actually with respect.
Yeah,
Well, when you say with respect,
don't respect me.
when I say with
Don't respect me.
but I-
coming right after that.
No, when I
Just
say,
make
but
the
John,
point.
you know that it's a game thing. When I say with respect, I have no respect. I
No, no,
that.
I know. I said don't respect me.
waiting for
That's right.
the
Don't
And with the
respect me,
greatest
make the
respect, I have no, even though, so no, I have no respect for that view of yours.
I have no problem with
Okay,
that.
is that okay? But no, nothing personal. No, that type of attitude. Okay, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just having a good time.
It's getting better and better.
So it's clearly personal now.
It's a very personal. No. Maybe it's personal. No. Very good. I don't even know what I'm talking about. But okay. But what I'm getting at, so before I get over, maybe it's getting a little woo, is that I think what you're saying is, I'm the populist again. It's very elitist because I think whoever wins, whatever the people say, the people are right. And I think if you go take the position, the people don't know what they're doing, they're uneducated, and they've been manipulated. I think you're going down the wrong area. I have to say the people are right. I think instinctively they always make the right decision. You say they're not. Some are educated, some are not. Some are being manipulated. So I'm taking the position. Whoever wins, when they say.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
No. I'm saying the result. The people are right, and you're saying because they don't have, they're not.
Actually, on the contrary. I agree with you.
No, you're saying something. You were saying they're uneducated.
No. You didn't get me. I said what you say is that. Not what I said.
Now you're picking on me.
No. I said if you live in the society based on what you said, therefore damn with the rest of the public because I am right, they didn't educate themselves. I am on the contrary, say, if you get more people go to voting,
yes,
more merrier, and we have better results, better representations.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying. I'm not for proproportional representation.
I have nothing to do with.
I'm not for mandated or like that.
I have nothing to
do with. And also, I agree
that
as a philosophically, as a conservative, it's up to the individual to educate themselves. I don't like the idea. It's a liberal view that people are stupid and the government.
I didn't say
let me
that.
finish.
You said that.
No, let me
I
finish.
did not say that. Oh no.
I'm saying that. I don't know what you guys said. Let me finish what I said.
No, but here.
But let me finish.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Just my last point is that this is a fundamental philosophical between conservatives and liberals.
I'm going to hold you to the last point thing.
Okay.
This way I can actually shut you down.
Okay, shut me down. Okay, but the point is, we believe in individual responsibility, and hence small government, more money in your pocket, and let you decide what education, where you want to spend your money. That's like a Harper thing. Low taxes, keep it. So you decide what education, what housing you want, all this stuff. The liberals say, no, you're stupid. We know what's best for you. Give us your tax dollars, and we're going to provide you with housing and welfare. And we're coming from above. So that's where I'm coming from. And it was I'm making this. Remember, it was a liberal guy who said, what do you give money to these people? They're going to spend it on beer and and pizza. And that's sort of a liberal view of looking condescendingly at the people. Conservatives are more populist. They believe that people are right. It's not who's educated or not. So that's what I'm getting at.
Okay. Let John says that, and then I respond to you.
Things there that may not be accurate.
No. It's hold on a second, it's John.
No, I hope you will give me time to.
No, I will give you time. You have to.
I'm very much supporting Paul's point.
Yeah, what's that?
Despite the fact that he made it, I totally support it.
So you respect. So you respect him.
Yes.
Boy, not him.
Essentially, and Paul too.
Yeah, no. Go quick before you change your mind.
Yes, exactly. Because originally democracy was not universal suffrage. You look back in Greece. You look at Florence.
America.
You look at
early days, sure.
Early days, Britain basically was
Landowner.
So it was a small elite, essentially, that had a stake, that was very well educated, and actually very particularly well educated, because at that point it was not state education, which essentially created this kind of funnel of workers that essentially was designed not for free thinking but for compliance. Mm-hmm. So they were truly educated, and now you actually had some kind of pluralism. Now, what then happens is, once you have universal suffrage, exactly what they presumed in the 19th century happened is you have demagoguery. So you have people like Trump who are going to speak to the right. And the thing about it is, the majority of people who are listening to that, if they're in a right-wing crowd, it's just going to resonate with them. Or if you have sort of, let's say, Bernie Sanders, then it's a left, then they're going to resonate with that. Mm-hmm. And so what you can do is you can throw in a bunch of non sequiturs, you can just move them all over the place, and it's just so easy. Because the vast majority of people, too, Even back then, they wouldn't have understood the issues. But the issues today are so complex that what ends up happening is that the most people end up grasping is a soundbite. And so you have basically two sides, each using sound bites, and at the end of the day, they're choosing really on the basis of the herd they belong to. And it's just human nature. And so what ends up happening is, who will they listen to? Because they become so apathetic and desensitized, they will essentially respond to the showman. Ergo Trump. I mean, Trump's phenomenon is really an interesting lesson.
Well, hang on a sec. I mean, you're going to get a certain percentage of the population that'll respond to a Trump or someone else.
Quite a large one.
Oh, that's a significant one for sure.
A
but
phenomenally large
but
one,
I
considering the lack of substance
but it's
in Trump's
but
platform.
you know, you also have to
know.
take things into account. I mean, historically speaking, demagoguery is not being limited to universal suffrage. It's been going on since ancient Greece and
It
where
just
the
doesn't
term
work
comes from.
it doesn't work in a dictatorship because you're dead unless you're on their side.
But the point is, I mean, first of all, there's no real alternative because we live in times, and I think we've learned enough from history to realize you can't start having a governing class. We have a de facto governing class,
exactly,
but we don't disenfranchise people because we decide that they're not smart enough.
No, but we don't have to.
We manipulate them.
That's the point.
Well, we manipulate them, but that's not a new phenomenon.
But just a second.
Not a new phenomenon.
To the extent that we manipulate them, we have effectively disenfranchised them because we know what the outcome is going to be. And so what happens, we create the illusion of democracy, so we create the illusion of diversity in the candidates, etc. Why? Because we have to keep them hooked in. Because the moment that they would actually suspect, maybe, let's just say, that this has turned into something that's not democracy, well then, or the possibility which is it's then fascism, all of a sudden now you're going to need to beef up your police force because they're not going to play ball.
Well, I mean, look, yes, you could make a very valid argument that
I didn't, but I could.
I did not expect you to be the first one to bring the tinfoil hats into the conversation.
You can make a valid argument in a broader sense that, yes, there's very little substantive difference in a major sense between the Liberals, the NDP, and the Conservatives. They have certain policy differences, but if you're looking from a different time and a different perspective, to an outsider, they would look like three shades of the same color. So, sure, you could say that, but the fact is that we do have things in the society that other societies haven't had, and people have died for years and years. You could go out and you can criticize to whatever extent you like the national leader. You know, there are still countries on earth where you can't do that. You can't go and say anything bad about Erdogan in Turkey without ending up in jail. You say something bad about the Ayatollah in Iran, you're going to end up dead. So in this country, I could call Stephen Harper any name in the book. If Justin Trudeau or Tom Mulcair is elected, it would be the same thing. We do have that fundamental right within this.
But is that such a
society.
big deal? The fact that we can actually shout, because unless our shouts actually have some impact, big deal. That's part of how they sell us the whole game.
What leads you
to
to
What a great point. We have the right to tease a guy about his hair or call the guy Harper man or call him angry Tom.
Harper a fascist.
Or throw a pie at him or whatever.
Big freaking deal. What value is there in that?
The value is that it means that you can speak out against abuses within government.
So we're not worse than...
That's what Voltaire was speaking
about. I see the point that you're making,
them.
but I would ask you this, and I think it speaks to what John's saying, is that... all right, so we can do this, whereas in other cultures you'd be thrown in prison or shot in a line or something. But so what?
Well,
are we really getting any value out of that?
Yeah, substantive freedom.
Is that good enough?
Well, it's not.
Can't we do better than that?
Well, again, it's a factor within a whole cornucopia of.
We do have rule of law. I mean, we talk about values.
Yeah,
and one thing that Harper's sort of saying, who are we? He's saying, well, he's part of this. He's very impressed with, and rightfully so, the English tradition. So we have rule of law. It's very important. You know, as opposed, and he sort of.
We've got that in Iran too, Sharia.
No, independent judiciary. He's actually trying to make distinctions between us and like the British system and those that don't have. You know, certain media nations.
We're better than Saudi Arabia.
Well, actually, there's a rule of law everywhere. It just happens to be a different law, but there's a rule. There's no society, I mean, since the Egyptians, that doesn't have a rule of law because it wouldn't work. They might. I mean, the Nazis had laws. Everybody's got laws.
I'm talking about I think a little more involved. It's an independent judiciary. There's a rule of law, but you have the right to, certain English law, habeas corpus, sort of like the Magna Carta, certain freedoms. Yeah, you have a law, but it's imposed from above, and you have no right to object to. You don't have the independent counsel, judiciary.
Well,
it's determined.
Look, there are three cornerstones of a free society. One is and you touched on it. One is an independent judiciary. The other are free elections. The other is an independent and free press. And we have those here.
No, do we? All right. Allow me to interject on this simple point. Do we actually have the independent judiciary when we're talking, and this is a point, I tend to support Harper. However, I don't support mandatory minimum sentences. I don't think we should be taking those decisions out of the hands of the judiciary and putting them in Ottawa.
I totally agree with you.
Elected officials who are going to run on tough on crime are going to pursue an agenda when they support mandatory minimums. If we don't like the sentences being issued regarding crimes, then absolutely the Crown should appeal those sentences.
Well, again, that's what you have then.
But do we, in fact, have that?
You have a judiciary that can rule on the constitutionality independently of minimum sentences. So if minimum sentences
but then
are
when
not
so it's another battle with the Supreme Court.
So that in that sense, and we absolutely do have an independent.
Yes, we do. We do. And also.
And legislatures have the right to make the fact that that's what a legislature does. It makes laws. The judiciary interprets it, but interprets it without being told by the legislature this person is guilty or innocent. That's what the independence means.
But the Supreme Court doesn't make laws. The Supreme Court doesn't hear a case that wasn't brought. The Supreme Court doesn't hear a case that wasn't brought to the Supreme Court. It doesn't sit there and say, "Wait a minute, Parliament. You can't make that law." It waits until somebody challenges it.
Sure.
You got $3 million, you got a few years?
That's just,
for example,
that's our system. I mean,
AMPS legislation in Ontario is coming in. And what it means is that under Kathleen Wynne's new legislation, if the copper pulls you over and says you were adjusting your radio, eating, doing your makeup, whatever, you're guilty and you're going to pay. Well, I was on radio in Niagara a few weeks ago, and the responses were, well, that won't survive at the Supreme Court. And my response to that was, for a $200 or a $600 ticket, who is going to fight this case while it wins its way to the Supreme Court?
They may or may not, but you still have.
Well, they won't.
But you still have the presumption of guilt that has to be established.
They're not going to spend $20,000 and put their entire life on hold just to deal with this.
Exactly.
You still go to court of appeal.
That's the presumption.
Well, yeah, you can appeal it all you want, but what you can't do is face your accuser. Habeas corpus is gone under AMPS legislation. And I see it as a slippery slope issue, as a thin edge of the wedge, and it concerns me greatly. And I see the same thing with Harper and minimum sentences.
I agree with you.
I have a big problem with mandatory minimum sentencing. I don't think we need to go there. I think our system of justice can be amended and fixed and adjusted, but I don't think we need to go there by way of Parliament.
May I interject?
Can I interject, actually?
Sure.
Interesting, we have two conservatives criticizing Harper, which is sort of interesting. But I think you're right on the law and order situation. Interesting enough, the judges, this goes to Richard's point, are independent because they're resisting the minimum sentence legislation and they're going around it. And even the judges he's appointed to the Supreme Court are not abiding by some of his views. So that's a best example of an independent judiciary, independent of the people who appointed you.
Support them as they will, it looks bad on them.
It doesn't look good on them, but it goes to our system of independent, it goes to our greater system that we have this rule of law, independent judiciary, and a democratic free press, that type of thing. So I think that's who we are. I think those are the values. And actually, ironically, those are his values. He's trying to say we are, influenced by the English tradition and all that stuff. And I think that's, strong military. So he's trying to instill who we are as Canadians. How do we differentiate? And how do we distinguish other countries who are like us? Maybe and then go to Israel, but
that here we are in the throes of an election, and we're talking about some issues that matter and some which don't, and that never came up. Shouldn't that have been an election issue? Because
the law and order.
I know that Harper supports mandatory minimums.
Yes,
but I don't know how Trudeau and Mulcair stand on it.
So may I interject?
Yes,
you went all of these issues, but you lost the original issue was whether or not that the populace that they make the election, it is acceptable or not. because you mentioned the ancient Greek, that the philosophers and the educated people, they used to, or England even for that matter.
Well,
and
up to this century, the 20th century.
And in last, let's say, 100 years or so, it becomes such a thing that the votes become nothing but a dog and pony show, as you put it, under the name of the Trump or anyone like that. But reality, and the reality of the matter is, no matter how much you agree with or disagree, still your destiny is being decided by many people that they don't agree, they don't see the life the way that you see it.
What? So what's wrong with that?
Yeah. But is it a true diversity of opinion? Like, it's just like when you get onto LinkedIn and, for instance, plug in the word that's in terms of groups, socialist.
Yeah.
And all I found out of 100 million people are on LinkedIn, I don't know how many tens of thousands of groups, I only found one group, and it was anti-socialist. In other words,
and everybody was a socialist.
In other words, that level of, and that is the problem.
I believe Mitch and I are card-carrying members of that group.
Yeah, well, exactly. I was just thinking, I managed to spot, like that's just by, sheer accident. So what you've got is this grooming of opinion. So even though you've got, again, the illusion of diversity, it's not real. It's an apparent diversity.
I don't agree with you, but that's
which was my point that I brought it up. The reason when we were talking about election, we were talking about election.
Yeah.
No matter if let's say if you are talking about the judicial system, if you are talking about the rule of law, if you are talking about the free press, as long as it's being manipulated, and that manipulation is done by the hand of those people, or if few individuals, or each government, doesn't matter, conservative, liberal, or NDP, and those governments they are being elected by the mass population. Nevertheless, the reality is it impacts your life. Well, you cannot ignore the fact.
But Bauman, I totally disagree with you.
Why?
That's democracy. That's how it works.
But you're implying. I totally disagree with everything you said. Right now.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But tell me why.
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, you say the way
that's what the host of a show can do.
I know. The way you're implying is there's people are ignorant.
I am not No. Don't tell me what I imply.
No.
You told me what I was implying earlier. I think it's fair.
There's mass.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Please hold. First of all, you brought the issue that you knock on doors and people told you who is my counselor. That was the ignorance that you emphasized on that. That was what I brought it up. If you don't agree with me, that's fine, but tell me why.
Number one, people are much smarter than you say they are.
I never said they are stupid.
No, but then you're saying mass manipulation, which implies...
No, it implies nothing. It implies... No, hold on.
Let me finish.
No, you are going to...
Don't use the word imply.
Just look for another word. I know, it's a swear word or something.
No, you are using...
I thought we weren't being censored.
You are using Harper's maneuver.
Harper's maneuver.
No. I did not imply anything.
There was no meaning whatsoever to that.
You said people are being manipulated.
You said people are being manipulated.
No.
Yes, you did. Okay, roll the tape. No, okay, okay, let me finish.
I said if people get manipulated by those dog and pony shows.
Okay, fine.
It is a big if over there.
Okay. So I'm saying people are not being manipulated. I'm saying people are not being. You're saying people are not being manipulated. They're smarter than they are. Let me finish. And the idea of the elites the government trying to manipulate it, I don't think it's working as well as it used to.
I think because of about the press, though, right? The press manipulation, right?
The whole point about the press.
Yeah, and here's something.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of That's again the very significant importance about a free press, because let's use another word other than manipulated. Let's say influence, because quite obviously
because it's nicer to the ear.
Well, no, not because of that.
Let's go back to manipulated.
Because this is an important distinction.
Okay.
Because
I know you're the relief pitcher, but let's stay with manipulated.
Because that's
how about gently
because that's quite obviously what anytime you write something, anytime you talk about politics, anytime you say something, I don't know if you're trying to manipulate, but you're trying to influence. You're trying you make an argument, you're trying to influence someone towards your argument. That by nature is what the press does.
Yes.
So if you have one press, a state-controlled press, with one point of view, yeah, that's manipulation. The point of a free press, multiple media sources, free internet where anyone can get on, write a blog, do what they like, you have different voices arguing amongst each other, and so that's where the balance.
No, there's another point. Though.
Yes, there's money that.
No, not just that point.
Funny thing, Richard.
No, and it's not just money.
Hold on. Richard, funny thing is, funny thing is, Mitch and Paul, that they are telling me that what I implied just an hour ago. They were talking about CBC and how their liberal media is doing manipulated.
Well, yes. Well, they're trying to manipulate. They're trying to, but they're not being successful.
The CBC is not the only news source.
But not the only news source.
Has actively tried to manipulate the result of this election. They're on record doing
it.
They're saying don't vote.
People don't get manipulated. That is what your distinction.
Is on record
because there's multiple. As Richard's point is, we're not.
That's
the CBC no longer has that power because there's multiple media sources. There's blogs. There's rebel media. There's all kinds of. There's too much going on. They no longer have the power they used to have, but they're still trying to manipulate. They're still trying to influence. That's why. That's all different.
Let me just give you a little bit from their point of view.
Okay, go ahead.
Before he forgets.
The whole thing is, it's not just that. There are different ways of, let's say, if you're presenting your views and you're, let's say, using logic and making legitimate points. Yes, you're going towards one direction, swaying towards one view or another of the argument, and that is influence, right? Now, if, for instance, you're using techniques which are specifically designed to actually go beyond the cognitive filters and basically influence the crowd, such as mindless repetition, then you're into manipulation.
Well, and just to clarify what you mean, I mean, are you talking about repetition in a news cycle?
Subliminal advertising.
That's just the nature of the beast.
No, subliminal advertising.
It's a little more. It is done by design.
Let's
not be.
John's right.
This was not born yesterday. They play it over and over.
No, this isn't some little one-off here on a little item. What this is the little subtleties. For example, when the co-chair of Trudeau's campaign was forced to resign, the CBC reports it as unpaid volunteer kicked out of the campaign, and it was sold as being a good job by Trudeau. He's got a guy working for his campaign.
I'm not going to argue that CBC is not biased. It is.
All of these weeks, he's got a guy working for his campaign who's also lobbying for an oil company. And the way it's spun in the media, instead of being front page news, that this is a sponsorship scandal all over again, this is corruption at the highest level in the Liberal Party, don't elect them for Christ's sake.
No, okay.
As they said against Harper, don't elect Harper.
Okay. Well, first of all, the same thing happened with Olivia Cho in the last...
I need about 4 more seconds.
Let him finish.
Instead of doing what they did by saying, don't elect Harper, anybody but Harper, they said, unpaid volunteer forced to resign. Okay. Good for Justin for being a man of his
You're constantly contradicting when I say something, contradicting yourself. Because I keep saying...
How did I contradict myself?
Hold on a second. Because I am keep saying public can be easily manipulated. You keep saying public
I'm saying the media is trying. I didn't say they succeeded. I'm still predicting that Harper is going to win.
I hold you on that. If the result of tonight comes the majority Liberal, do you believe that it was not manipulation?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of antipathy towards Stephen Harper.
No. It doesn't matter what is the reason.
Who created it? I don't know.
What is? It doesn't matter how
the
technique. You see, technique. I'm not talking about technique.
Let's wait till we visit the morgue.
No. Hold on.
You asked me a question. I'm answering.
No, you just say yes or no. Do you accept it?
You didn't ask me a yes or no.
No, yes, I said, is it manipulation?
I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
Let's wait till the body's in the morgue before we do the post.
No. I am just. Before we see the body, I want to know what is your position. Because you can always justify where you are standing.
I've made my position very clear. Yeah. I think that the media, particularly the CBC, has tried very hard to manipulate the result of
that was
election.
not the question. Well, the question was whether or not public, Canadian public, is a very clear question. It is not implied they are stupid. It is not implied they are smart. Public Canadian voters
We'll have the answer to that.
Are they being manipulated when it comes to election?
There is an effort being made to manipulate them.
No,
whether
that
or
was not the
it's-
question. Are they being manipulated or not?
That effort
No,
successful?
I don't think so. Actually, I think what's
Okay,
happening
then, okay,
because
that was
no,
all I
and I
asked.
need to respond to what
Yeah.
you promised me an opportunity to respond to when you earlier called me out.
I never called
It
you.
speaks to the same. It speaks to the same issue, that how I think the voters are being manipulated. The fact that they don't know, the fact that they're unaware who their sitting councillor is, the fact that they'll ask a candidate for council who they support for mayor, knowing that that's the least germane question because they're all one vote on council when you're elected, that means that they're uninformed. But it doesn't mean they're being manipulated. It means they don't know jack.
But if somebody's uninformed, don't they become incredibly susceptible to manipulation?
If they show up at the polls and bother to vote.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If they stay at home, not a problem. But to the
let's
extent
find
that
out
they do,
if they're actually being manipulated, because I think that people are looking at the CBC and the Toronto Star, the Globe and the Post to a lesser extent, Rebel to some extent, and looking at the bias reporting there, and with the exception of the CBC, they're all entitled to their bias. I think people are looking at those bias reports and seeing through it, because the people who are going to bother picking up a newspaper are either going to pick it up because they want confirmation of their bias. So they'll read a pro-liberal item and say, hooray. Or they'll look it up, and if they're in the opposition, they're going to look at it and they're going to say, this is nonsense, I don't buy this for 1 second. The uninformed voter isn't going to bother. The low information voter doesn't bother. Are they being manipulated? I don't know.
Okay, let me increase it.
Hold on.
Let me add another level, and then Richard is time for Richard. Another level. If the technique was designed such a way to keep public uninformed, would you consider that a manipulation?
No, because I think the onus is on the individual to inform the.
No,
Well, you asked me.
That's finished. I got it. I understand where you stand. I know what Richard is Richard. Because
Come on. You fired a shot in the form of a question.
Okay.
I thought it was a question.
Yeah.
If
And you said
I
no.
think.
You said
No, I didn't answer your question.
Yes, you did. You said no.
Let him finish.
I began to, and you spoke over me.
Okay.
What? Please repeat your question.
I said, if the methodology designed such a way that the public or mass public or large portion of the public stayed uninformed, uneducated about the political system or any other, do you consider that form of manipulation or not?
No, I don't. I think it's. Can I answer the question?
Okay.
No, I don't. I think it's incumbent upon the individual to inform and engage themselves in politics.
Yes, you mentioned that. I understand that. Richard.
Well, just getting back to media bias, and yeah, I mean, obviously, there's bias in the media, and the CBC, I think, is particularly egregious about it. But again, going back to the whole, there are two things I want to bring up. One is that, again, because we have multiple media sources, all media is biased because people are inherently opinionated and have opinions and bias. And as much as people will make claims to being fair and balanced in journalism, their natural points of view are going to come across one way or another in anything that they do. So the best way of dealing with that is to try and engage and try and view as much from as many different sources and points of view as possible to get some sort of overall perspective. But even within the CBC or a place like that, and I know people who work there and I know places other, it's not like they actually go and consciously think, we're going to manipulate these people. What happens is you have newsrooms and editors, and they are predisposed towards working with and hiring people that think like them. So it's not like, okay, let's get together and we're all going to form this anti-Harper cabal or this anti-Trudeau cabal. It's, I'm somebody who works for the CBC, I'm a liberal downtown Toronto person who thinks, all the sort of standard progressive things. And so I'm an editor. I'm going to hire people who think like me. You have these newsrooms that are filled with people like that, and that's why you tend to get one distinct point of view from these various sources. It's not so much a conspiracy, and it's not so much a...
You don't think it's more nefarious than that at some time?
I really don't. I mean, sometimes, yeah, they'll, and like a lot of people in those positions, if they see someone they like acting badly, but they have either a personal interest in that candidate because they like them, or because, in the case of CDC, you have two candidates promising them money and promising to protect their jobs, and one not, there's going to be a natural gravitation towards the one with whom they see common interest. So they may tend to not report some of the more egregious wrongs and overemphasize the minor misdoings of the candidate that they don't like. But I don't think as a sort of an overarching point of view, it's that nefarious or that conspiratorial. It's really just a reflection of human nature. And media people are no less inclined to do that. And quite frankly, your average journalist, if you meet these people, because they go to journalism school, and you don't have to be particularly bright to get through journalism school. Your average journalist isn't actually all that smart. We have some very, very smart journalists in this country. I can name some, like Andrew Coyne and Jonathan Kay, and there's a whole slew of them that are very, very good. But you have lots of really stupid people in
For the
journalism.
record, all of my journalist friends are really, really smart, and I love you all.
Well, by the way, do we have result of the? This is 9 o'clock.
That's my disclaimer. Yeah.
You want to name some, and in case you forget one.
I'm inclined to do so. I play hockey with a bunch of them.
But you'll forget one, and then you'll get it.
That's the problem.
It's in another tab.
I'm sorry? It is...
There's a great bunch of journalists out there. What I see is that they're so compartmentalized, that they focus on the little area that they're supposed to know about, and they know everything about it.
That's what journalism used to be. Is used to be an expert in a particular field, and you wrote about it. Now they're journeymen that go out there trying to write about everything, and they know about nothing. And they
end up getting hammered.
They pretend like, I know, here's everything you need to know about this issue, and they just
glamour comes in as well.
Well,
These old school
especially
guys, because I'm a middle-aged guy, I play hockey with a bunch of middle-aged journalists, and none of them ever going to end up any more than I am on TMZ. Just not going to happen.
Well, TMZ you don't have to look too good, but if you're a reporter.
Pardon me.
Your friend, Mansbridge.
Who's my
That
friend?
used to be the thing. Back then, people had degrees
no,
in
that's not Peter
history,
Mansbridge.
or they had degrees in political science that actually meant something back then, as opposed to now, or degrees
Don't
in
tell that to
economics.
Mitch, because he's a political sci guy, so
or various
we're
things.
just trashing the poli-sci guys.
Well, you could trash the poli-sci. That's okay. It's all right.
And
I'm a
these
political
reporters would go
science,
up around
a major in political science. So,
And-
yeah.
Oh, you are maybe
They're
political science.
trashing political science. That's
And
quite
they'd
all right.
focus on areas that they knew about, and that's pretty much what they wrote. The crime reporter wouldn't start covering, the political field. It just a crime reporter about
All my crime
political
reporter friends are really bright guys who know everything.
I know you're running. You're a good politician. Could we deal with some issues? Could we deal with in the campaign? Like, what is the driving? We talked about what is one of the driving issues? Is it the anti-Harper
Are
thing?
we on or off air?
Are we on?
Oh,
there we go.
Okay, so what is it? What do you consider one of the driving?
No, what do you
consider one of the driving issues? Is it the need for change? Is it anti-Harper situation, or what?
Well, it depends on who you are. I mean, traditionally in elections, in Western affluent democracies, people tend to vote on the economy. Now, here's an interesting thing about the current situation in Canada. The economy is pretty strong, and people have taken it for granted. In fact, they've taken it for granted to such an extent that this election isn't so much about the economy for a lot of people.
No, that's not magazine. I know.
So a lot of people, and yes, there's a lot of people now. It's hard to tell. I mean, this is one of the problems about the bubble that we're operating out of.
Yeah.
We're right now in the heart of downtown Toronto, which, even though we like to think we're the center of the country and the universe, we're not.
We're the trading post.
I agree with you on that. Yeah,
so. Being in Toronto, one gets a sense that Harper's the most hated man in the Western world, but he's actually quite popular in other parts of Canada, and we may start to see that when the election results come in. We may not, but I think certainly you're going to see a substantial amount of support from the West. A lot of people recognize that Harper has been a very good economic steward of this country. There are things I disagree with Harper about. Like, I think that his marijuana policy is rather silly. which isn't to say I think marijuana is good for you, but I don't think it's the government's place to tell you what you can put in your body that's good or bad
A
for
couple of social libertarians aren't going to argue with you on that one on general
you.
principles.
now you-
Nor should anyone be going to jail for something like that.
Hold on a second.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
brought the
completely
issue of the
agree.
drug. What you say?
Completely.
What is your stance on that?
I'm not a hard law and order guy. No, I agree with the. I say
Well,
I'm a
I am on
social social libertarian.
Violent crimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but not on the on possession of marijuana be thrown in jail. I'm
It's
not.
absurd.
It's not a big issue for me, and that's sort of like the social aspect that Harper shouldn't be keeping away from. Is law and order, he should be keeping on the fiscal, which he has to a large extent. But you make a very good point. Because we're doing relatively well, it's not an issue, but it's interesting how Trudeau has made it into an issue, and I think people, again, if they vote for him, they're right, I say, but he's going on about how we're in a recession, and we need to stimulate the economy, and we're going to, we got to do,
Keynesian economics has to kick in.
we're going to go
never
into deficit and billions of dollars of deficits for infrastructure, and some people are saying, oh, this is like hope, and like Harper's, it's so boring, and like he's austerity, and we need hope, and we need to spend more money on infrastructure. So people are buying into that, I question that. They're buying into that. Some people are buying it.
Well, most people in this country don't understand the basics of economics. It's that simple.
Or any country.
Trudeau
That's true,
has promised to build infrastructure in Toronto, and then in Montreal he's going to rebuild the Champlain Bridge. I mean, he's in every city he goes to, I would imagine, whatever particular local domestic infrastructure issue they have a concern over, he's promised to do it for them. And it's absurd. It's what the NDP used to do before they had a hope in hell of ever forming government.
At most it creates temporary construction jobs, but the whole thing, jobs are created by the private sector, companies, not the public sector, or we're heading down the Greek way into Greece, where the only people working are in the public sector.
The New Deal in the States. I mean, that was public sector, and it did create jobs, so it has worked.
But temporarily, that's the thing.
It has to be the New Deal in the 30s. It has to be then supported.
But
this is infrastructure. This is infrastructure.
But as a municipal politician myself, as one who wants to be on city council, and one of the planks in my campaign was municipal infrastructure. I think we need to prioritize infrastructure. We're suffering with about a 40-year deficit in infrastructure spending in Toronto. I think we need to build subways in Toronto, not LRTs. Although it costs a little bit more, not as much as Metrolinx is saying, but you're going to grow the city outward. We're getting 100,000 people in Toronto every year. We should be expanding outward so we don't end up turning Toronto into Hong Kong and ghettoize Scarborough and Etobicoke and North York in the process. So these sort of things do appeal to me, the notion that we'll spend on infrastructure. But the idea that as a candidate federally, you're going to go to every jurisdiction you can find and promise infinite resources. Toronto's infrastructure, Toronto's subways, Toronto's transit, I want to fund it, and if I were elected on city council, I'd be fighting for it every hour of every day. However, I don't think that people from Kenora to Kirkland Lake or Windsor to Cayuga need to pay for Toronto's subways. The further insinuation of Metrolinx into Toronto's transit system is a bad idea because they are an agency of the provincial government. And the provincial government means you're taking provincial funds to build our transit. Now, extrapolate that to the federal level, and you have Trudeau asking people in Bella Coola to fund the Champlain Bridge in Montreal.
But that brings the...
But it seems to be working, and that's, I think that's a question. Richard,
we'll find out. We'll know in a couple hours.
Well, but the reason, one of the problem is, again goes back to the level of the education of even our people in media. They don't differentiate for public what is the duties of the federal government is, what is the function of the municipal government is, and what is the function of the provincial.
It's not as if that information isn't available to people.
No, it is available. But again, when Trudeau opens his mouth, when he opens his mouth, as you say, put a bridge on the Champlain.
I take the subway every day.
Someone has to come and address that.
But
every day I take the Toronto Transit. People are walking around looking at their little, hand machines.
Philosophies.
Okay, so I can join them.
You can join in.
I can find.
But you're so like over here. I'm down here. I'm like a low-level guy. You're like, you're like.
It is another impolite.
You're Socratic. You're Socratic.
I know
you're a Socrates guy.
You're like a Socrates guy.
You mean that as an absolute compliment.
And
I know.
million, and
it's
I'm
sort of-
like low-life guy here. But what I meant
This is a backhanded compliment. In other words,
left-handed.
It's
right-handed.
I'm feeling like a Harvard guy.
here it's
and I got
definitely not
Socrates.
left-handed. You wouldn't represent. It's a right-handed one.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, what was I
Carry
saying?
on.
Anyway, it goes. You're saying like different. What do we know? Like again, going back to Harper train. He says it's not. Though he did promise infrastructure, subways, and also smart track to for Toronto. But I guess the whole point is again, a conservative saying we have a balanced budget. We have limited resources. We can't do everything for everybody. We can't have a national program for transit, for pharmacare, for like housing. That's the liberal big picture
Yet,
national program
ironically,
situation.
they compare Harper to Mussolini, who did have a national.
So that philosophically, it's small government,
Define irony.
and with limited infrastructure
not in that
projects.
sense about the balanced
But the
budget.
Liberals want like ongoing
But it was
projects
a cute
for
joke.
national projects, and
Gotta
the
give them
NDP
credit.
as well. And but it seems the question is it seems to be working. It seems to be popular, though I think unsustainable, because Harper's taking a more like modest approach, and the small government philosophically, that's my point, as opposed to big government, liberal, like national programs.
Absolutely.
And they're going on with the
That's
housing,
part of his
affordable,
core
transit,
mandate.
sort of like this.
But
So-
liberals,
Like
they
keep
they
Big
had
Brother out of our
government for
lives
13
is
years,
essentially
but
part
they
of
didn't do
the
anything
underlying
national.
sentiment.
They didn't nationalize anything for 13 years that they were.
Well, under Chrétien and Martin?
Yeah.
Well, was it not?
No, I mean they didn't even practice what they preached.
Well, but they,
Oh, you mean
they
the
couldn't.
Red
They
Book?
couldn't because they had gone too far. If they were forced they were forced to cut back transfer payments because they were hitting a debt wall, and we were like our debt versus GDP was like was Greek level. Like we were like going to be in trouble with the International Monetary Fund during the initial Martin Chrétien time because our debt was so ridiculous.
Well, hang on. I
So-
mean, Martin was a good finance minister, and he actually
Yes.
Was he really, or
Oh,
did
yes.
he
No,
simply
he's very
download everything onto the provinces and take away
But do
from
we-
our
also,
futures
do we need to run a
balance
balanced
his
budget?
books?
We've taken it basically as a supposition.
Well,
that
that's
we need a
Keynesian
balanced budget.
economics, right?
No,
I mean,
but I'm
but-
saying that's it compares to all the other G7. I mean, aren't we sort of way more balanced than them in general, like in terms of our
We're
ratios?
doing better
et cetera?
off, but when is the time?
Well, no, but
It's now not okay. I'm going to jump in and say, with low interest rates right now and infrastructure deficits in our cities, maybe now is the time.
That's my point.
Maybe now is the time to
we're
borrow.
in a favorable position, and therefore, relative to the others, and it's always relative to the others because of the fact that currencies,
Yeah.
everything is relative. So at a time like this, that is really not key. It's not something that should be right up there as something really important. Something that makes a lot more sense exactly then is infrastructure. This is the time when at least we have a bit of an advantage where we can actually do that.
Well, it depends on
not run amok.
It depends on the amount of time
Maybe
you're talking
not
about.
20
If
years
you run
ago,
endless
maybe not 20
deficits,
years from now, but
eventually
maybe
it
now is
affects.
the time.
You know, you
Right.
get if you run
Absolutely.
endless deficits, eventually you get a situation like you have now in Ontario, where you're spending a huge amount of money just servicing the debt.
Is that because they're servicing the debt because of malinvestment, or because they spent on valid
It's
things?
a combination.
I think
But
it's
still,
malinvestment.
relative
I think
to
it's
other
entirely
economies, that's not the
malinvestment.
case.
No.
I think we're
No,
talking now about e-health, about Orange,
was
about
e-health,
the Mars
e-health,
scandal,
Orange.
about the disaster that has been the
way more.
Win-McGuinty's.
There's way more money down the tubes than just that. It's overspending. It's a
Well,
huge growth. of the
but it's all been
civil
malinvestment.
It's a huge. No, it's a,
we
it's a
haven't seen
huge-
any return
it's a
for
huge
it.
growth of the
We're
civil
looking at
service.
healthcare in Ontario, and for some reason,
healthcare costs a fortune, but you're looking
but we
at
have
huge growth
not only
in
does it
civil
cost a fortune,
service.
but you have waiting
That's where
lists.
the
You
money's
have, you have doctors being disincentives for them to even
Look,
continue
you
to
can
operate in the
come up
province.
with little teeny checklists
You also
all day long, but that's
this
not
isn't
where
a
the
teeny
bulk of
tiny checklist.
Well, they're-
I'm talking about healthcare in Ontario.
They have
That's not a
progressive
teeny
touch
tiny
alcohol.
checklist.
So
It's
that's
a
a big-
goddamn
that's a-
disaster.
that's a big budget
It's
item.
another
But-
billions of dollars
Yes.
wasted by this government under Wynne currently and previously under McGuinty.
No, I mean, look,
and
not
now
all
they
the- not all the
and
healthcare
now
money's
they
wasted.
manage.
Not all the healthcare money's wasted.
No, I mean they did build
Some of it
hospitals.
is.
Well, that's quite a profound statement that not all the money's wasted.
No,
Yeah,
most
doctors
of
are
it-
getting
no.
paid. People are still
No, but-
getting their Band-Aids. But what we do see happening is a provincial government who is delisting services such as eye examinations,
Well, that's
and
been on for
then
years.
and then turning around and saying we're going to make in vitro fertilization something that's covered under OHIP. Is that really a priority right now?
Well, again,
Well, we're talking
in vitro?
Okay, but we should.
100
I'm not going to stand here and say how.
For a 43-year-old woman
again, I-
to go through in vitro typically costs the service
That
about
is not federal issue.
$103,000.
As you recall,
but it's a
I was the one who brought up the
provincial
wind
issue.
government as an example of
But
what
let's
not
bring
to
that
do.
up because, okay, again, back to
First of all,
philosophical.
congratulations to the Liberals. They got all of the Eastern Canada, 33 seats of them.
Oh, they're leading. Okay.
So
Okay. Back to.
Almost incidental to our conversation.
It's also like, is there an election going on? I don't know.
The fact
Okay,
that it wins really is neither here nor
the
there.
notion that provincial Ontario politics don't weigh in federally, that it's not germane, is absolutely inaccurate because Kathleen Wynne, like Notley in Alberta, has been actively campaigning.
well, we know
Wynne
that
has been
they-
actively
they- but
campaigning
in vitro
federally.
is
She
not-
actually took a policy. She had a pension plan
Yes. No, that's a good point.
that has been proposed in Ontario. And she has said, if you elect Justin Trudeau Prime Minister, I'll take it off the table. Is she admitting
Which
that?
one? Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's right.
Her
No,
pension plan.
The pension plan.
Oh, the
Is she
Ontario
say-
pension
by
plan.
by
Yeah.
putting that back on the table, saying I'll take it off the table if you elect Justin Trudeau? Is she saying that that's bad policy, or is she saying I
Well,
put
is
a gun to your
extortion?
Well, didn't she say that it's because she
You
anticipates
chose that word,
him to
but I
bring it
don't
in
disagree with
federally?
you.
What?
Didn't she say that's because she anticipates him to bring it in federally?
She anticipates it so that she's taken down. But like, still, it's.
Well, why would she
makes
make
it a
that?
moot point
Why would
then,
she make
yeah.
that conversation now? Why would she?
Well,
Why
well,
would she
well,
say that now?
well-
Because Justin Trudeau
No,
didn't say a damn
listen,
word
She is
No,
actively
about
campaigning
her
against-
plan.
for Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau did not enter into the conversation about
So
her
she's doing
pension
the heavy
plan.
lifting on that issue?
Can I go on a
Is that how
historical
she's
plane?
doing
as
it?
I don't know.
philosophical?
I don't know what she's doing.
Historical
I
and
want to go
philosophical.
historical now.
I think she's
Oh,
running
nice.
Ontario.
Okay, now you have my attention.
Okay, historically, I'm going to historical.
No, we have
I'm going historical as opposed.
ancient Greece.
This is a very scholarly
I'm going
debate.
historical as opposed to philosophical.
Yeah, okay.
Historically,
Yeah, we should be getting results in
Yeah,
Ontario.
Okay, very-
33 Eastern Canada.
Okay.
We're dealing with stuff that matters.
Don't even know.
we're going to Richard, listen. Historically, this is what historically there's always in Ontario there's always been a balance. If there's Tories in the province, like you remember the blue machine,
Yep.
the Liberals are in federal power.
Yeah, we had Trudeau and we had Davis.
So I was thinking, and I think this was Harper's thinking, that look, he went after the Wynne. When we went after him, he went after the Wynne government, saying, look, you're screwing up. There's deficits, debts, all this stuff. You need me federally to be a balance to Wynne. And I thought that would have some would resonate in Ontario, particularly in the 905 area, where our small businessmen, entrepreneurial.
Not here on Bay Street.
Not south of not the DuPont area. I want in that area. But
DuPont's it's like the great divide in this
it is the great divide. That's everything is all annex and Maggie
DuPont. I used
Atwood.
to live in
and,
DuPont.
This is like the
down here.
river
I love the part
Styx,
of town.
taking it back to the philosophical, like right back to Pades.
well, like
Across
So the
it.
train
Is it-
tracks alongside of the tracks.
it's like the other side. John
It
Ibbotson
is
talks
too,
about the
that's where the
Laurentian, the Laurentian thing.
Yeah.
So, but it seems not to happen. I mean, it seems that Ontario, if Ontario goes, to Trudeau, then that sort of historical balance is not in play. Because I think that was Harper was hoping.
Well, there's another
it was
factor
there.
too. Is
Okay,
that
let's talk.
Harper's been in power for,
Yes.
or
There's a
he's been in
shift.
government for 9
Yes.
years now.
Yeah.
So there's a shelf life on these things. No matter how good or bad a government is, people tend to get tired of it. Again, you've had, and going back to the media, and quite frankly, you have had a media that's been campaigning against Harper for a mainstream media campaigning against Harper for 4 or 5 years now, very actively.
Yeah.
Part of it's self-interest, part of it's just natural disposition. And it takes its toll on people because most people aren't political. Most people don't. I bet if you went out on the street right now and you spoke to 10 people, maybe 5 of them could name all the 3 leaders of the major parties.
But all 10 can name all of the Blue Jays who play.
Possibly.
These days, certainly.
But that's just the nature of the way things are. So you've got people on Facebook are all getting themselves worked up about how terrible Harper is. You have people that are stupid enough to say things like Harper's a fascist, which suggests either that they're deranged or don't understand fascism. I think it's actually
was it
the
Coyne
latter.
who coined that?
I don't remember Coyne calling it a fascist.
No, I mean the Harper derangement syndrome.
Oh, Harper derangement system.
Whomever coined that was a pretty
that's-
bright guy because
yeah,
that was a really, really competent analysis of the situation. The comments I hear opposed to Stephen Harper are not rational or sane.
No.
There are rational and sane arguments. I mean, Mitch and I both
Yes,
tend to
let
support
Richard
Harper.
finish. Hold
And
on a
we
second.
have-
Let Richard finish his statement, and then you jump in.
Well, it's just that because of there's a voter complacency about, or they take again what we discussed before. People have taken the good times for granted. They figure they're always going to be good. There's a personal invective against Harper that's out there to a very, very large extent. People figure, oh, you know what, things are safe, things are fine. Well, Trudeau talks about, makes all the nice hopey, changey sounds, and people go, oh, that guy's got, he's so upbeat. Let's get somebody who we like that's talking positive in there, and without any, again, people who have no real understanding of how government works, how economies work, and they figure everything's going to be fine. They may be in for a very, very unpleasant surprise.
Well, he's promising everything to everybody.
You were saying
at this point.
No,
to your point.
it was actually
No,
just,
you were saying they put different names for the different title for the Harper.
No, I interrupted, but it was only to remark on the attacks on Harper have been very personal, very rhetorical, not factual, and quite crazy. And whomever it was who coined it, good for him. The Harper something disorder.
Well, let me give you some examples of what you're talking about. Now, Harper is going to criminalize abortion. There's absolutely nothing he's said or done that indicates that. In fact, quite to the opposite, because he's made absolutely certain that it isn't raised as an issue by his party as a party issue. So he's had some backbenchers try to raise it. He said, this isn't going to happen. He hasn't happened.
Had a former MP actually bring a private motion,
I remember
private members bill up, and
let's take a look at the advertising. Let's take a look at the advertising. For instance, you watch those, to me, just incredibly boring and absurd ads from the Conservatives about the fact that Justin's just not ready, and they keep saying that just not ready. I mean, how boring, right? But once again, emotional.
One day he will be ready.
Well, that's another thing, but which is they can use that next time around. So this way, you can put it on the shelf and pull it out. Still not ready. It's like keep pulling it out. Exactly. Still not ready. Sorry, go back. So, but the thing about this is, okay. So they use the emotional thing. In other words, that's the low-hanging fruit. So what's the low-hanging fruit for the Liberals, right? You go to, let's say, places like, like coffee shops like Jet Fuel or places like that, which tend to be sort of left-wing, artsy, etc. Parliament Street. Harper, fascism, absolutely, you're not going to get any argument from anybody, right? It's the low-hanging fruit. So that's where they're going to go. And this is like 19th century sort of demagogic
How about
democracy.
the escalator? How about the escalator?
Which
the ad escalator.
Exactly. So this is what we can expect. Of course, they're manipulative. It's true.
I've heard a lot.
But they're not crazy. What they're based on is the association that's already there, and they're playing on it, right? Because the thing about it is, with association, you don't have to be logical, and that's manipulation. Of course,
I've seen a lot of criticism of that escalator ad, and I don't understand it. It was a fine ad. It was just another ad. It was a campaign ad. It was not a big deal, and it's as if there was an issue, like he walked up the down or whatever.
Oh, this is Trudeau.
The Trudeau ad, I didn't see a problem with it. I don't understand.
Well, not compared to the other one, which is just boring.
No,
that one's more
many of them from both sides. That brought me the question. I spent 20 years in advertising, print, and to some extent media. I mean, Canadians are very talented when it comes to the comedy and to the something. The famous comedians in even Hollywood are from Canada because they have sense of.
Interestingly, most of them aren't the ones living on the grant money.
And well, I don't know about that, but what
I do.
All that aside,
what I'm saying is, it's not too difficult to find a couple of creative people in Canada.
But
they've all left. They've all left. It seems. That,
but when
it came to these ads,
who brought those things?
No, really, exactly. Where did they go, and how much did they pay for these ads?
In fact, someone edited the 3 ads from 3 parties. I don't know if you saw it. One of which was that escalator thing, and that cinematographer or designer made the face of the Trudeau is hopping off the escalator, shooting the head of the dog.
Oh yeah, I saw that was.
And then drop his pants off and go. I mean, if someone can make an ad in his computer in that, why a party with all of those monies that they spend, they come with these cheesy ads?
Well, the whole notion of the just not ready, and I alluded to it earlier, I thought that was a terrible approach to take because it presumes that a person who is a fully grown adult man who is going to be the Prime Minister of the country and who can tell his advisors, I'm in charge, who has said that barbaric is too strong a word to describe female genital mutilation, who has said that he admires China's basic dictatorship, has said that we need to, re-examine the basic space and time.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That nonsense.
This guy, the economy from the heart outwards.
From the heart outwards, and that the budget will balance itself. And you're saying he's just not ready? How about this? How about this guy's incompetent? If I'm running against Justin Trudeau, if I were on the Conservative campaign team,
no, but it's a generational divide too.
No, I'd have jumped into there and said, "This guy's incompetent."
Look at our age, though. He's not playing to our group.
More negative on, like
more direct.
Well, yeah, I think so. I think they should have jumped on it because I think had the Liberals gone with a guy like Garneau, I think we'd be looking at a Liberal majority, no questions asked. Yep. He's respected. He's qualified. He's a decent guy. He's unimpugnable. Justin Trudeau is not competent to be the Prime Minister of Canada, and I'm saying that as a person.
The problem the Tories didn't go after him hard enough, or
actually, I can tell you what some of the thinking was because. And I'm not speaking from being in the room, but
you're in advertising.
You
are
being filmed. And there's the Tories, and Harper in particular, Tories are very sensitive to the perception that they were going to be seen as bullies, as being mean, so they didn't want to go after him too heavy. I mean, remember the ads that they?
Yeah, what the hell?
Remember the ads against Stéphane Dion?
Oh yeah, right.
Remember that? They were very effective.
Very effective.
The ones against Ignatieff. Very effective, and they were much harsher. But Trudeau's seen as this, kind of nice guy. He's the son of Pierre. Trudeau's not seen as a mean-spirited guy, or he's not a long-term politician. Nice. They were afraid to go after him. It may have been. I think it probably was a mistake because I think Justin Trudeau is probably the dumbest leader of a national party in the Western world.
That's the most unqualified.
I think it's a very fair comment.
But maybe
Stéphane Dion is a great guy. I like Stéphane Dion. I respect the man. I disagree with him philosophically on just about every day of the week.
But a horrible leader.
Ignatieff is a very smart man, but not a very good politician.
And Ignatieff showed up.
I think
came up from your alma mater.
If they had Bob Rae, even with all of the baggage, they would have better chances to portray the party.
And I agree with you about Garneau. Garneau is he's a gentleman. He's a very smart man. He's completely capable, competent, honest. And he would have made a fine leader for the Liberals.
Yep.
But they went with the haircut.
They went and the name, obviously.
So they managed, but then shouldn't have NDP. Here's another. We haven't taught the NDP at all, but
because Mitch has good hair, but they didn't ask him to.
I think my time has passed.
The wrong side of that hair.
That's a good hair. The NDP actually they had an opportunity to put Trudeau away. But they let him off the off the floor. He was able. I think they at the beginning they were leading. Trudeau was at 22 points, and I think they were too nice with him because maybe of the same progressive situation. If they had destroyed him, if they could, then they would marginalize him. Then it would just be the left versus the right. But they let him off the ground.
That might not have been in their interest, though.
Yeah.
No, because then. Those votes, to the extent that they end up going to the right, to the Conservatives, then essentially they're opening up the possibility of a Conservative majority by doing that. To some extent.
So let's
in
talk
terms of game playing, I think they should have knocked off the middle.
Have we even discussed the concept?
They should have knocked off the middle.
And made themselves the only choice.
Yeah, you remember Liberals in England.
Well, there's another factor though that's very important. Going back to something we discussed earlier about our Westminster system with local representatives. The fact is, if you look at the NDP candidates nationally, and you look at the Liberals have a much, much, much better slate of candidates in each riding. The NDPs, look at their star candidates. Linda McQuaig, who's a fan of Hugo Chavez,
right.
And she's one of their stars.
Yes,
and the woman's,
Olivia Cho. Olivia Cho.
She's a joke.
She's a joke, Olivia.
Yeah, Olivia Cho is another one.
Olivia Chow is one of their star candidates. Olivia Chow, you would have never heard of Olivia Chow if she weren't married to Jack Layton.
Right.
They don't have Charlie Angus. These are their stars. They're nobodies. They're not particularly competent. They're not particularly smart. They're not particularly capable of governing a country. And people that eventually sunk in with people that you're voting on. You're not just casting a national vote. You're casting a vote for somebody to represent you. And the Liberals, on a riding by riding basis, have candidates that are pretty good on the whole. So
Other than the ones
that's
they had to-
reflecting-
Actually,
I think that's reflecting a lot.
Other
in
than
count.
the ones they had to punt.
Actually,
Because that's another issue
yeah, there
that I
were a
wouldn't
few
mind
that
talking
had
about.
to, yeah, there were a few.
But on all
slip
parties,
through.
that's why this is something that maybe we should
Can
touch
I
on.
just finish just with the
Sorry,
NDP?
Mitch,
If I,
of
no,
course.
with respect. No respect. No. Actually, no. I wanted to finish
Yes.
the NDP. I think it's. I think
It is contagious. First it was from us, and then
Yes,
come to
but now
the
you're spreading it
allies.
even-
I
yes,
knew-
exactly.
I knew
And now
it
I'm
would come
turning on my
around.
own people. That's why we eat our own. No, the NDP. I'd like to talk more about the NDP because I think they had an opportunity to do. But Mulcair came across initially well. He was, with the Duffy thing, he was like this prosecutorial. So he's had like the wind in his back, and he's doing this balanced budget because he didn't want to scare people off. So he didn't go, I'm going to be deficit, I'm going to be another tax and spend, I'm going to be like, I'm not going to be as scary as the previous NDPs. We feel we could take over. We're no longer the marginalized. So that was seen to working. So what screwed up, I think you mentioned, Linda, the people, he couldn't control, couldn't control the whack jobs in the NDP. Linda McKay, she came up, she was quoted saying, "Oh, we're going to keep the oil in the ground." Like, in other words, let's destroy our oil. Let's keep the oil. We'll destroy our whole economy.
It's natural.
And then another time, I remember
She might have rephrased that.
but she said, "No, we're going to keep the oil. We're going to keep the oil." Like,
No, she said it's natural. Leave it on the.
Leave it
Oh, I know.
It
I
doesn't
read the
harm
quote.
anyone.
he's trying to say we're like, okay, I guess people didn't think it was credible. He's saying we're going to tax the big corporations, but not the small. We're in favor of small business. We're not going to raise personal taxes. So he's talking, moderate in the right. But like Lynn McCaig saying we're going to destroy the oil economy. You remember that whole you remember that whole group of manifesto during the Communist Manifesto thing during TIFF, where it was all these sort of like NDP also, and it was Stephen Lewis. All again saying, we got to go renewable energy where we should get away from carbon. It was just sort of like
that Communist Manifesto thing did not help the NDP, even though they tried to distance themselves.
It did not.
It wasn't.
Exactly.
They weren't actual candidates.
But it hurt them.
But it hurt them.
It hurt them because they know. Sorry,
I got a robocall from a city councillor yesterday campaigning for the NDP.
Yes, we are going to.
Yes. Highly inappropriate.
Gentlemen.
Well, they're allowed to do it.
Gentlemen, before we go to
we'll
break,
find out. Sure.
before we go for 5 minutes break because the results are coming. Apparently the Eastern Canada.
Can we talk about when we get back the role of the social media? Because I've never seen an election.
When we come back. But nevertheless, when you said NDP candidates, I want to mention my observation while I was inviting candidates. This year, NDP websites. NDP was the only party that its website did not publish the direct email of their candidates.
Well, because you might look up their Facebook and find out what kind of bizarro things they've
has
said.
nothing to do with that.
Which is, that's what I wanted to bring
up. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the control of the message and communication. Because they had contact information, but you have to click on it, you go to the website, you put your...
You mean socialists tend to be in favor of dictatorships?
In favor of...
Maybe in relation to them, because they realize this is going to be
I have no personal disparaging thing to say about a leadership wanting to have control over the message. Harper's done it very effectively, and you know what?
Thank goodness he has.
And you know what?
With
good, if you're going to have to, if one of your candidates goes out and says some stupid thing, and you're going to have to wear it, if I'm the guy in charge, I want to have some control over it.
No, Richard, I brought that issue
That's
because...
why you're the leader. That's why you're the candidate.
Hello, Paul.
You're running under my banner.
Easy. It's not high school. But I didn't bring that in a form of not controlling. But I said it was the only part.
They were the ones that did
even conservatives, when you click on the candidates, unless their website is not ready or it was last minute candidate, the rest of them, they had their own email address.
Having said that, though, I can tell you right now that email to the candidate's most likely not going to be the first person
of course not. But nevertheless, at least the illusion of accessibility.
So the NDP didn't even bother with the illusion.
Anyhow, we go for the 5 minutes break because the results are coming. So far, based on what we see on CBC News, I don't want to take a credit for that. Liberals have won 33 seats, all from Eastern Canada. and we see what will happen with the rest of that.
And one for the Tories, apparently.
One for the, no, is it the Eastern Canada or is it the starting?
I believe that's Eastern.
Eastern Canada.
I think they got one in there.
Oh, well, maybe it is from Newfoundland. we will find. We will see you in 5 minutes. Can we go for the commercial with the slide, please?
Can I get out for a beer in 5 minutes and get back?
Yep.
I think just the washroom.
finish my sentence. I said, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains. I'm gonna bash them right the fuck in.
Welcome back. We have another 15-20 minutes to go because some of our guests getting tired and they have other obligations to attend to. As a matter of fact, although it is
Harper victory party.
well, that is one way to look at it. But there is always two sides on each coin. So we brought them back. We are still 5 guys. Too much of the testosterone, but we couldn't find any woman to accept our invitation. Okay, so
all right, let's go.
Let's start. We have about the result of the Eastern Canada is coming toward the Quebec and the Ontario, and we see 73-33 in favor of the Liberals.
Yes.
And
the Bloc has won.
The Bloc has won.
Yeah. Bloc has won. Okay. Now.
So, let's go
prediction. Go back to the original
go back
prediction.
To our predictions.
Yes,
where
that is the whole point of that.
Okay. Yeah, let's go back to.
I didn't ask Richard because Richard came late.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You wanted my prediction?
No, I asked
his prediction after the fact is.
Yeah. Now it gets a lot easier.
Yes. The whole point was.
One of us mentioned the annihilation or the decimation of the NDP
of a
in this
liberal
one.
minority.
Is that the great Karnak? Remember that?
Do you see liberal majority?
Johnny Carson.
Absolutely.
No, do you see any liberal majority based on what you see on the screen?
No.
Too soon to tell, though.
No, I don't.
No, you're going to see, as the results start coming in, as you go further west, you're going to see more and more pickup from the Conservatives. So it's
toward Alberta
towards
and
Alberta, Saskatchewan,
Manitoba,
some in Manitoba. You're going to see, and there's still results that are going to be coming in from Ontario, and it's not going to be a liberal sweep in Ontario.
How about GTA? What do you think about GTA?
Well, firstly, I'd like to ask the question to the panel. Which one of us predicted the decimation of the NDP in this? No, I think that was me.
Funny
that. Is that rhetorical? Or now we're getting to rhetoric. From philosophy to history, now rhetoric, right?
That's all I've got, man.
This is a perfunctory question to the panel as you continue.
Yeah,
that's right. The decimate, look, 11.
That's your Harvard.
You said NDP has a bad, but he said decimation of the NDP. But they have 11.
Oh, yeah, do they? Well, hooray.
It is all
actually, I see them coming on strongly. Just watch.
Who, the NDP?
Oh, yeah. In the next few minutes, we're going to see everything
Hope
going
Springs
NDP.
They're going to pick up a whole bunch of seats in the Windsor area.
Should we get bets?
Windsor's really...
Oh, yeah, actually.
Should they start with the bets?
So Windsor
I'm not betting my house, actually,
yes.
on a Harper majority. But I still think Harper's going to win.
Harper majority.
I said a Harper majority. I still think Harper's going to win.
Actually, quite honestly, based on what I see, the level of the low communication I saw before today, in the last 3 days, I was thinking about there is a possibility of the Conservative majority. Because
you read Wolf Analytics.
No. It was before
before my poll. That's
before,
right.
And that was because I thought the surge,
good plug. I like that.
the surge of the voters on the advanced polls.
Oh, that was a good point.
The form of the just get on with it and finish with it, and then I like to see what is the voters turnout.
So was the length of the campaign a factor? Was social media, because I've never seen a campaign where more candidates have been punted for comments they made on Facebook or Twitter in their past, be punted from their parties, and that's been across the board. All 3 parties have. We haven't mentioned Elizabeth May tonight, and for good reason, but from all 3 actual parties who are competing. The ones who are actually
the main parties.
The main parties.
The ones that have party status. And,
I know. He's an independent, so he's very sensitive about
parties.
I am very sensitive.
Very sensitive about that.
All 3 legitimate parties have had controversy regarding candidates, and it's typically been about social media, be it YouTube videos. The case in Toronto Danforth, where we both live. The Conservative candidate got punted for a YouTube.
Kicked out first. The first one was kicked out.
Yeah, he was
That's
kicked out.
kind of what punted often means.
Yeah, it's a punt is a kick. It's a football term. One of those things. But
punted and kicked out.
We've seen it in every party, and we've always seen it based on Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook. Is this going to be an escalating factor moving forward?
Are you running for politics? I think you scrub all your emails and all your I'm never running for politics because everyone looked at my blogs or they have a lot of stuff on me, Twitter stuff. Yeah, it's brutal. You have to scrub everything anything you said.
They've got shit on me for being friends with you.
Okay, all right.
So
just because of him. Not because of you.
Oh no, they got me
I'm on
too.
the show. I'm never running again because I'm on the show.
I will run again 5 hours. I'm not
which brings back another possibility.
Yeah.
If we had
absolutely, that's the conversation. Is it free speech? I mean, for example, a Liberal candidate, and here I am going to bat for the Liberals again. I don't know why. But because it's the right thing to do, perhaps.
I'm surprised.
Well, perhaps because it's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do.
A Liberal candidate gets punted or kicked out, as you would prefer.
No, it's
because
nice
she
to learn a
questioned
new word, punted out.
Okay.
Because she had questioned the official narrative of 9/11. There are more questions than answers about 9/11
Oh my God.
to a lot of people. The official narrative has some holes in it. She questioned it.
Hang on a second.
And
I can't let that one go.
Okay.
Well, let first.
Okay. No, but Richard.
You get your turn.
She asked questions. She is not a conspiracy theorist. She didn't have a theory on what happened. She didn't deny what did happen. She simply asked some questions. And now she's not a candidate.
Well, hang
for
on.
the
My
Liberals
understanding
anymore.
of it is
Let
that she, in
Richard-
fact,
no, let Richard
did dispute the fact that it was Al Qaeda terrorists who blew up the World Trade Center, and if you look at Popular Mechanics did an extensive examination.
I
of it.
read the Popular
there's
Mechanics,
other things,
and
there's all
I
kinds
don't
of things.
disagree
no,
with.
No. I mean, look, you if you want to examine anything and you can find some tiny inconsistency against a
She
mountain
asked
of evidence.
questions about it.
She disputed it. You know what? Look, if she wanted to wear it, and if the party is willing to stand behind her, there's no law. There's no law that says she can run.
And that, Richard, is my
but it makes
point.
them look stupid. It makes the party look stupid.
No, Richard, that is my
Something-
point.
someone like her
She
makes her look
asked questions about a very controversial subject, and for
Which
you to
a lot
suggest
of
that it makes
people
somebody
have
look
that
Yeah, I think it does
stupid.
make them look stupid.
A
Sure.
lot of people have those questions. It doesn't make them look stupid.
Okay.
No,
for
it
asking.
makes the party look stupid.
Not
does make the
necessarily,
party
not
look
to the
stupid.
younger
Paul
generation.
would
No,
agree.
no, to
Somebody
you it
made a
does, not to
decision
the younger
to consider-
generation.
Yeah.
because
Didn't
she
make
asked
the
those
party look
questions.
stupid, they wouldn't have got rid of her.
That's right. So this is politics right now, Paul.
Yeah.
If anyone screws up,
So the best thing a politician can do right now is shut up, toe the party line, never say anything, don't be engaged in social media, don't have an opinion, be a trained SEAL.
Yeah,
It
maybe.
is what
That's
it
about
is.
it.
Where it's going.
It is about it.
It
No,
depends
that's
on the
yeah.
candidate.
It depends-
If you're a competent, capable candidate,
That's right.
and you say something controversial,
Or once
then you
did.
should be able to talk your way out of it. If you're someone like that,
The
particular
Liberal candidate wasn't given the opportunity
no.
to
She
do so. She was gone
she was not a
before the
top
thing
caliber.
broke.
She was not a top
She's not
caliber,
a top
no.
caliber
They're
candidate.
typically candidates in ridings,
no.
like the
No,
Toronto
the
Danforth
part- but the
candidate.
party-
There was no
I mean,
chance
this
that
is
they were
politics.
Again, look at the stuff Linda McQuaig said over the years. She's still running for the NDP.
That's right.
And other NDP candidates have been booted for saying similar things that
That's
McQuaig
right.
has.
That's great.
So we're
It
not
depends
all
upon the
equal
candidate
in the
and
animal
the
farm.
No,
profile.
of course not. Of course not.
But the party predominant. The point is, if you screw up the party's name, you're done.
So
And that's you're
are
right.
we moving to an era right now where candidates are going to have to be so squeaky clean that they have no track record on social media, that they have never, ever violated any... Because remember, the things that we may say that are politically de rigueur today
Yes.
may not be tomorrow.
That's the risk you run in
Which,
politics.
if you take a look, what will be the effect of that? Driving everything towards the middle. You're going to have a homogeneity of opinion. Because in each party, we're going to basically, everyone's going to be shooting for the middle. And so what you're going to see, and I think this is happening worldwide, is you're starting to see the right and the left converging, and everybody's shooting for the middle.
But if you-
so finally, you're just going to be choosing on the what? Basically color of eyes and hair.
Well, no. Wow, it's gone up to what? 117.
Yeah. And that's where we're going with.
Yeah. If you're not perfect in every way,
And basically,
then
it's just
you're gone.
photogenicness. Will be, it's
But
telegenic.
if the party has a narrative and say we're okay, we support Israel. I hate to bring it. And if someone comes out with anti-Semitic statements or pro-Hamas or we think Israel is a terrorist country or engaged in war crimes, you might get booted for that. Or you're getting, or unless you had a high profile and you could somehow explain away or apologize. But because then you'll be blamed. Not only that, but you'll be blamed. In other words, the party's position is we believe it's democratic, and all this, but we don't believe it's a terrorist or it's a war criminal or a country. But if you allow people to say that, even though it's free speech, that affects your position, and if your position is important, you will be booted for that. And there's other examples.
Well, here's the bottom line.
Yeah.
You don't want to create a problem for the National Party. If your party has to go out and start apologizing for you, has to explain you, it becomes embarrassed by you, that's a problem. You have to bring more to the table than you take away from causing a problem.
But Richard, the issue is...
Well, hang on a second. If you're a candidate who can do that, sure, you could pull off certain types of controversial statements up to a point. If you're not a candidate that can do that and you embarrass the party, it makes every reason from a strategic point of view to yank a candidate like that. And let me give you another example. Let's say it's McDonald's. If you're a McDonald's manager and it comes out that you're a member of PETA and of say Mita's murder, they're going to yank you too.
Wait, you're taking this a step beyond where I was going to challenge you on it. Right. You're saying as a candidate when you make those statements. What about if you made those statements before you were a candidate?
Yeah. Okay, well, again, it all depends.
That's what we're talking about now.
It depends on what the statement is and how well you can wear it.
Yeah, how well you can wear it.
Can I introduce another angle to the whole discussion?
And how far are we going to go back in time
hold on.
and analyze candidates' statements and the things that they've said, written? Are we going to go back to something that somebody wrote in grade school, high school?
Maybe the way the politics
when they
goes,
were 14.
Yeah, maybe.
Because we're now in an era where everything that you post online is forever. We've had that commentary, but to those of us, we're middle-aged men, all of us. So for us, it's been relatively recent. But 20 years from now, everybody who is running for office will have been for their entire lives since they were 6, 7 years old in control of a cellular phone. Are we going to go back? I'm being a little
no, I understand.
Are we going to go back to what you posted in grade 1 or liked on a comment?
We don't know that. There is different angle to that. There is a different angle to that, and that brings to the actual issue of the process of a democracy. Shouldn't be that relationship between the candidate and their constituents?
I know you're going back to that again. No, I think that ship has sailed.
No. You keep saying the party has to tell who. What
the ship has sailed, Bob. No.
The party makes that call.
I can see that.
The ship has sailed also.
There's an old saying.
It's already made the call. It's not going to go the other way now.
Yeah. There's an old saying in giving advice to people. It's been around for ages.
I remember.
So get used to having
and your mom may have even said it to you once at some point. It's never put in writing something you wouldn't want on the front page of the New York Times with your name attached to it.
Well, that's all well and good, but
that's true.
That's life.
When a 15-year-old is now texting his friend, you're going to have that scrutiny for a 15-year-old?
Yeah, well, I'm not, but I personally am not. But that's why I do advise my son: don't put stuff in writing that's going to come back.
And are you aware of everything he's actually posting?
Of course not. And whether he takes that advice or not, I don't know.
Well,
but the point is, and again, no, I don't think we're going to go back to grade 3 and do that sort of stuff. It seems.
Why wouldn't we?
Well, we go back to 18 smoking.
Okay, you know what? Let's put it this way.
How about
if you're a candidate?
We went back to Doug Ford.
Exactly.
We went back to Doug Ford allegedly.
Yeah.
Dealing hash in high school.
Yeah.
We went back to that.
And did Doug Ford win his... that was when he was running for councillor, right?
No, that was when he was running for mayor.
That was when he was still running for councillor.
No. And the Globe and Mail went back and to allegations
I'm
that
pretty sure it was when he was running for councillor.
No, you'd be mistaken. When Doug Ford was running for mayor in lieu of when his brother dropped out because he was suffering with cancer, and Doug Ford decided that he would run for mayor. And the Globe and Mail went back to allegations that he dealt hash in high school.
So?
Yep.
Is that where we're going?
CBC is projecting a liberal government, actually.
If it's the reality,
we are going that way.
So who's going to run for office?
So you
know what? I don't think Doug Ford didn't win the election on the basis of that.
People who essentially are like drones. And they'll just be fronts, like they'll be complete drones.
So what we want as candidates is people in their prime earning years who are qualified and competent and established in their communities people who could probably command an income of $200,000 to $500,000 a year in the private sector, but we want them during their prime earning years to take the abuse of being a politician, to suffer through the process of being elected, and to take the further abuse that you take under public scrutiny. And we expect good candidates.
We won't have that person as the candidate in the future. It's going to be someone who's designed, built for it, such as
Manchurian
Justin
candidates.
Trudeau.
Or look at, hang on a second, look at
Justin
Donald
Trudeau
Trump.
was designed, built
He
for this.
says all sorts of outrageous
Totally.
things all the time that would sink other candidates. For that matter, Rob Ford too. Rob Ford did and said things that other candidates could never have worn in a million years, and that's what actually used to frustrate his opponents so much. It was like if one of ours had said or done the things Ford had done, his career would be over like that. But Ford was able to wear it through because he had a support base.
Because he got elected.
Because
not just that. I remember listening. I was no fan of his, but I remember listening to him on a radio show. And I was just thinking to myself that here's somebody when I didn't like Ford, I didn't like anything he represented. But here he is on the radio show, he's charming, he's amusing, he was speaking to the point. And the thing was, he was a very, very talented, charming individual.
Who? Rob Ford.
Rob Ford.
Right.
In an arena which is conspicuously charmless.
Well, you know, he relates to people. He relates
No, but that's what it is. He has that thing.
They also like him because he's right on issues that matter.
Even though I don't like the guy.
He returns their phone calls.
Tons of articles. I wrote tons about why Ford is popular. But anyway,
he
for another
is
time.
the ultimate retail
We should talk about the fact that they're projecting a liberal government. There is an election going on, guys. I think CBC is projecting liberal government.
Some can't.
Liberal minority or
liberals.
Yeah, they're projecting a liberal government.
So what is it?
Well, the CBC is projecting a liberal government for the last 3 years.
Exactly.
Good point.
That's a real shock.
All right.
Just a second.
All the press is real shocker.
It's 274 seats?
It's
well, they're looking at 147 right now. 147, 87,
you need 170 to win.
You need 170.
So the Liberals are pretty close.
Those are number of polls that they are drawing.
Or just polls. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. You need 170 to win a majority.
Yeah,
right?
An absolute majority. But
and the Liberals are actually reasonably close.
So here we have people online watching us watch television.
Yes.
Yes, that is the chance.
That's
to some extent is better than find out about 20 years.
I have a good idea, Baman. Why don't we talk about some issues that might be of interest to the people watching us,
as opposed to ourselves?
Okay. There are a number of issues
because they can watch it just the same as we do.
Yeah.
When we talk about these candidates, John and I are talking about the candidates of the future. And the candidates of the future is a terrifying proposition, because if you are going to be held to such high scrutiny, and you also have to be you have to be a perfect individual.
Halo. You have
and
to have a halo.
As a perfect individual, you are probably going to be in a pay grade that's higher than that which an MP or an MPP or even a city councillor pays. Well, what's the incentive for decent people, for those perfect people to run? You're going to get plants. You're going to get Manchurian candidates. You're going to get people who are groomed to go in there as shills and run for these offices, because who the hell else is going to bother? I ran for city council. I'm a highly impunable guy. My background's in music. I paint houses.
Nothing wrong with that. That's great.
I ran my own business in music. I ran a painting business. I'm a decent guy. I'm a credible candidate. But
you're an ideal candidate.
But where were the people who were with the multiple PhDs behind their name?
They're not necessarily good politicians. They're like, look at Ignatieff. He's a PhD. He's a horrible politician.
A terrible politician.
So it doesn't. I think you'll still have the good people. People want to run for whatever reason, maybe for ego or to make a difference, or for public service, a variety of reasons. There's still good people who want to run for all these very reasons.
It's going to be a mixed bag. And
I ran for all the right reasons.
Yeah. No, it won't be. It won't be a mixed bag.
Oh, for sure.
No, that's what John and I are talking.
Because of the fact that they're going to start going deeper and deeper into your past, and they're going to make it so that you have to conform more and more. I mean, take a look at what happened to the Republicans in the States. How all of them had to sign that Norquist thing that basically they're not going to increase taxes, etc. Right. The moment they did that, basically they hamstrung the whole party.
Yep.
And everything. Basically, this was a dictatorship. Right? The thing about it is, ultimately, anybody who stands out, has a little bit of flair, is not going to be squeaky clean on their
but that's the whole point, is that if you're going to get
just into the bruise now.
Politicians are like any other field.
It's come to that.
Most of them are hacks. Some of them are pretty good. Some, a very, very small percentage, are excellent. So you're always going to get that. Now the difference is now the hacks have to be squeaky clean hacks as opposed to scandal-ridden hacks. That's the only difference you see.
But you don't find out about the scandals until it's dug up.
So who cares? You're going to get
and the scandals,
one hack with another hack.
But the scandals, are they really scandals?
But the thing is,
that's a big supposition you're making in terms of
I think it's a pretty reasonable one based on years and years of observation, too.
I have scoured my own, because I do intend to run again in 2018 for a seat on city council. It's no secret to anybody.
But
you don't,
and I have scoured.
Someone will find something.
I think we have to scour this show, actually.
I've looked at it.
Someone
if you're talented, if you're smart, if you're articulate, if you're capable, you can weather pretty much everything.
That's true. Look at Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Good example. The guy was a horn dog, right? But a great politician, and somehow he weathered all these scandals, and now he was nearly impeached. He's a god now.
He actually was impeached.
He was impeached.
He was impeached by Congress.
He was impeached, but
not by the Senate.
But not by the Senate. Okay.
By Congress,
But
so the answer is that the only people. So we're going to have squeaky clean Manchurian candidates.
I don't know where you're getting this Manchurian candidates.
Manchurian, these are people who are like brainwashed. No.
Yes, I firmly believe that that's where we're heading.
And planted by the other side as an enemy.
No, that's right. To kill people. No. I think you're being
not
too
necessarily
cynical.
to kill people. Manipulate them.
No. I think good people still want to run for the reasons.
Sorry, influence them.
Sorry.
I think we're going to find fewer and fewer. I don't think people want to have. And I'm
by the way, the only
this.
Coke I do is diet. So in case anyone's checking.
Here's another thing.
Actually, is this a product placement?
Mitch,
we should get to advertising for Diet Coke here. Diet Coke here.
I'm just making our argument.
But we haven't been living in the era of Abraham Lincoln and good politicians for a very, very long time. Right now, for years. I mean, forget since the era of mass media, for the entirety of the 20th century, pretty much, and certainly now, the people that run for politics and what you have to go through, you have to be intensely ambitious and self-centered to be an effective politician. Yeah. There's no way around it. The honest ones, the dishonest ones, the decent ones, the indecent ones.
Egocentric,
you're impugning one of our guests.
One of our guests.
Well, you didn't win.
I knew I wouldn't. I was right.
That's why you're among us.
That is the problem with politicians.
Yeah, but to be
they don't want to accept the reality.
Yeah, but to be a successful politician, you have to be laser-focused, egomaniacal, and intensely ambitious.
Yes.
And it takes a certain personality type. I've always said that we'd be much better off if rather than having elections, you just randomly pick people's names out of a hat, like picking juries or the draft board, and force people to represent us for 4 years at a time.
Like constituencies.
End up with better government that way.
Well, exactly.
It became a chore.
I think we're getting a little giddy here.
This is brilliant. It doesn't matter what you say. You come with one strong point at the end. It's like, okay.
You shouldn't be a rain on his parade.
It's like last man standing. He's too tired to argue.
Can we get back to the philosophy here? I want to get back to those players. I want to get those.
I didn't take my political aspirations seriously. It was done.
That's right. You ran for school trustee.
It was done as a joke, and it got completely out of hand.
All sorts of controversy. As well.
You were serious on that presentation.
Oh, I was.
Rogers.
I was.
In fact, you were angry.
I don't know if I probably came across as angry.
Did you actually do anger?
I could do anger. I'm very angry. I was like,
no.
I was talking like this.
And you're ambitious. That's right. And maniacally, narcissistic.
I see you were smart, but
we've gone over our 10 o'clock. We're at 10:15.
I wasn't angry then.
I have to get going.
Let's wrap it up. I think the Liberals are going to win.
Yeah.
The Liberals, it does look like it may well be a Liberal.
We'll carry this out to the street.
Okay, I'm glad I didn't bet
we'll settle this with
I'm glad I didn't bet the farm on my prediction. Okay, I'm 0 for 4.
I'm glad I didn't call Justin Trudeau the stupidest leader of a national party in the Western world.
I believe you actually didn't say those
your argument is very compelling.
I'm going to have to.
Okay, there's always next year.
I think because he did support.
Go back to Mitch next year.
Very afraid.
Gentlemen, all three of you were wrong.
in the.
Big surprise
Yeah, I was
there.
feeling what, liberal
I'm
order?
sorry, I left you in the phrase. All four of us we were
How
wrong.
am I wrong? NDP sitting at 23?
Well, you just practicing your future politician.
right. Yeah.
You are just focusing on the things that you
silver
were right,
lining, the
not
silver
the rest
lining.
of
That
the
was your
world.
central point. It was about the NDP.
It was.
Hey, I was right about the
The
comeback of the
central
bloc.
point was
You're good.
Uh-oh. I think I just. I'm sorry.
All right, I
think
suck.
you've got a chance. Yeah, I'll vote for you 5 years from now, just on principles. I don't care what you're
And I will
representing.
return your calls.
Absolutely. Promise? Exactly.
I
Can you hear me?
absolutely.
Chris, can you hear me?
Excuse me, I have to go. I have another call to
Okay,
take.
we are
pleasure.
getting gentlemen. It is about
God, I'm sick of that kind
10:15.
of politics.
And so far, it
That's what you said.
seems
It's going to get worse before then. It's
Okay,
gonna
guys.
we are getting okay.
Oh.
I have to close the show.
Okay, teach.
Oh, yeah.
It is a 10:15 on Monday, 19th of October, and so far it seems to me that, or to us, based on CBC's numbers, that Liberals are going to form majority government.
Unless the Conservatives win every seat remaining available, yes.
That ain't gonna happen.
Which, well, maybe even if they don't, still they are far away from the.
I think
It's a strong minority
your
at the
call's
least,
right there.
No, it's not my call. It's CBC's call.
All right, tomorrow
Well,
morning,
it's the Canadian
Justin
public's
Trudeau will wake up with a majority government.
Yes.
And actually listen to his advisors. Does
We'll
does
see.
Justin Trudeau wake up and say, I am my father's son. I'm the boss. I got you here. I took us from 36 seats to a majority.
Yes.
Now I'm in charge. And
Yes.
do we have the stupidest prime minister in the history of prime ministers
I
ever?
think he will do something even worse than that. He gets up in the morning, he look at our show and say, who is that Paul Bell who told me that I'm a stupid...
And the bastard's going to use Bill C-51 against me.
But it is the democracy. You see, it is electoral process. It is the democracy the way we have it, or whatever left of it. We saw it in 1993 with the demise of the Conservatives. We saw with the demise of the Bloc Québécois.
Yes.
We saw with the rise of NDP, and we see again
Rise back the
emerge
Liberals.
of the Liberals.
Yes.
So one would wonder, going back to the manipulation, is the game rigged? We don't know.
We'll leave on that question.
not.
Leave on that
Exactly.
philosophical
not.
question.
That's right. That's another 5 hours.
The votes were registered.
I just want to insert a question.
I think we should have a recount, actually. I think.
arguing as you pan out of the show.
The votes were registered in pencil, and they were counted by hand. Canadians clearly want a Liberal government right now. I'm not one of them, but good for Canada. Congratulations,
And the people are always
Canada,
right.
for electing.
The people are
This
This
is
is how
right.
democracy
You're
is
like the
supposed to
Italians in the
work.
war.
Yeah.
You've just changed sides.
I don't have
people
to
are right.
do
No, I
it.
said that people are right.
It'll be, look,
There is an expression in Farsi. We say if a gambler who loses money, he doesn't say it's just money. You would have a heart attack. So with the point is not the number of the seats, although it is the point, the number of seats as a government. But I like to, tomorrow morning I get up and I want to count the number of the voters show up.
Well, it'll be high turnout.
And I want to know real percentage of the Canadians choose the majority government. Is it more than 16% that they chose the
Do you
previous?
care about the people's opinions who didn't bother to
Absolutely
care enough
not.
to show
No,
up?
no.
Absolutely
We
no.
don't. No. The people have spoken. It's all right.
As you said,
Okay.
let me add this last sentence of this.
Okay.
I always believe on me, not anyone else's. I don't believe anyone else's opinion.
Well, look, let me say two things about the current status that I think we could be optimistic about. One is that historically the Liberals have governed Canada well. And the second is that historically they've broken most of their campaign promises, so we'll probably end up with a good, sensible government that's not going to keep all those outrageous spending promises.
So we get a good kind of the pre-appetizer, but not a very good dish.
Silver lining.
Well, I think we'll get a good. I think it's the other way around. I think we'll get a good dish after what potentially could have been a scary.
Any last
Anyway.
word before I
Thank you for having us on.
Oh, thank you for
I think that's
being
the
here.
best.
It was
great, great fun.
We have to
It was very enjoyable.
we really have to redo it at one more time.
so. Good group
at
here. It's a
Least,
good group.
At least for the
Lively crowd.
see after they start to screw up.
I think who we really need to be addressing are the poor souls who indulged us for 4
yes,
hours.
Hugh
yes,
and Chris,
yes,
and
the-
really they
wonderful-
showed up with us.
And the hundreds of people who were, or thousands if it would be, but I know hundreds who were actually watching us have this discourse.
They should pay us.
Thank you.
or at least coach
And hopefully we didn't
Diet
influence
Coke
you
comes
too
and drink
strongly.
Diet
Yeah, we weren't trying to manipulate
The
you.
product placement.
And if we weren't,
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our show for election night.
Sure of.
That was our show for election night. Although it is the end of this election, but there is another election is coming, maybe 4 years from now, maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years from now. As always said at the end of my program, please remember to take part in the democratic process, which I believe the only thing left of democracy as we know it. Vote for sure, contribute, help a candidate, be volunteer, and more importantly, roll up your sleeves and become a candidate yourselves. Good night and happy new government.
Cast your ballot, hope for the best. This is where your vote rests. Oh, what we gonna do? Democracy, is it just a joke? Oscar Wilde said it best when he wrote simply, bludgeon of the people, by the people, for the people. And divide and conquer, well, that sometimes works. You can always find some sad soul who's been hurt to turn into a radical in the name of the Lord. So let the voters echo, let their voices be heard. Let us join together for a peaceful and better world, a place for everyone to have their say. Let the voters echo out today. Let the voters echo loud and free. So let the voters echo, let their voices be heard. Let us join together for a peaceful and better world, a place for everyone to have the say. Let the voters echo out today. Let the voters echo loud and free. Yeah, let the voters echo loud and free. What do you think? Need to do it again?